well, you'd use like the little buggy, or you'd use the mech, but the Colossus just didn't have a good space for itself. All right, so today we're going to be going back to No Man's Sky for the new Remanent update. Now, I do plan to jump into my existing permadeath save that we have done, quote-unquote everything in, because that's what I'm going to do. I do believe there is a new expedition. I don't know if it's started quite yet, but if so, we will jump into the expedition again on the permadeath save. So let's see. With this, they've basically added they've got the vehicle has been overhauled, like some of the vehicles have been overhauled to like add a bunch of different things. There are going to be industrial waste that we can like load up onto a flatbed, physics enabled, it can get knocked out of the trailer and all that. You can salvage and do a whole bunch of different stuff. So we'll see all that. As far as like what the expedition has, don't know till we get into it. But a lot of this is around managing industrial waste and all that and whatnot. So with that, we're going to start by going into play. And we've got our permadeath run here. Yes, this has been the end of last year. Yeah, and this is me off stream doing stuff. So this is our permadeath run. For those who missed, we have a permadeath run that's alive that we've done basically everything in the game. We've done all the major storylines, we've done all like the side stories and all that. I'm sure there's probably a story or two that's like obscure I've probably missed. But we've got like multiple bases and all that. And it is permadeath. We did have two very, very close calls when we were playing permadeath. One where a meteor shower slapped me all the way down to like half health, and then I panic had to get on my ship. And another one we had, there was the big mech walker sentinel. I was fighting one of those and one spawned behind me and I got sandwiched between them and had to just run for the hills. Alright. So, the first thing is to figure out where we're at. Yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff that's just like side things and all that. That's interesting. That mission's just about done on its highest tier. Alright, so with that said though, is if the Oh, I'm going this way. Getting some frame rate issues. So what I want to check real fast is if we go to the hub or whatever it was called and check there at the anomaly, is the expedition active yet? Because I can see it being active not until tomorrow. I also like remind myself how to play. Alright. But yeah, so we were at the stage in this where pretty much we were just farming up better equipment, that kind of stuff. If we do get to the point where the expedition is not available yet, then what I will very likely do is I'll go and find one of these new salvage planets and work on that. Now this is a permadeath character, so if we die, it's all gone. I don't think I would start a brand new permadeath character if we do die, just in the sense that I've kind of, I've kind of done everything in the game in permadeath, so I've kind of demonstrated that I can do that. Kind of nothing to prove, as it were. Alright, so let's go check here. Alright, so it is available. Alright, Expedition 21 Remanent. Expedition details. Start an expedition and go on a journey with the whole community. The exclusive phase rewards earned on expeditions are available on all saves. Sign up for Expedition 21 Remanent and the weird, powerful Gravitino Coil Manipulate Industrial Waste. Because it's got a grav gun. And transport them across the desert in a mighty colossal exosuit. Alright. So, as far as all this goes, I think what we are going to do is normally I wouldn't bring anything with me. I am going to just bring a little bit of oxygen, a little bit of sodium. We're not gonna skip a bunch of the stuff here. Please stop vibrating. Ooh, do I want to give myself the Atlas passes? Yeah, we'll do that. Normally I don't give myself anything, but with as much time as I've invested in this particular run, I'm just giving myself a couple of the consumable resources you need. Actually, I don't think... Yeah, because that's for my tools. That was for your defensive technologies. Oh, that's not what I need. Okay, we'll put that back in our ship. Yeah, I'm basically just grabbing, like, air and a couple of resources that we would use for just refueling. I'm avoiding grabbing the stuff that skips us ahead, so it doesn't feel too cheaty. Just in the case that we spawn somewhere and I can't dig or whatever. You know what? I changed my mind. You're gonna stay here, and I'm just bringing the Atlas passes. Beginning an expedition will start a new journey and place you on an unknown world. You may switch freely between expedition and primary saves at any time. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Yeah, the Colossus, its only feature was big. Yeah, no, definitely the Colossus historically kind of was in just that place where it didn't really feel like it had a reason compared to the other ones. Alright. Before we initialize this, I forgot to call it the sponsor. We are sponsored this month by Opera GX. I'm gonna go ahead. This screen is too incredibly bright. By Opera GX, which is a relatively new browser. Basically lets you resource manage for all your gaming and all that, so it doesn't eat up all your memory and CPU if you don't want it. Also comes with ad blocker and VPN and Twitch integration and Discord integration and all that stuff built in if you want it. But they are sponsoring it. Every download does support the channel, so we do really appreciate that. I gotta check. I'm pretty sure we're a bit over a week into the month that it covered. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're a bit over a week and a half or so into their sponsorship, but they've been really good. I also have in like a week, 2 different games that are going to be sponsoring the channel for a stream that are looking pretty good that we'll get to check out. I'm not quite ready to announce what those games were. Alright, so first thing I want to do is ducking into a wall, because we're going to have all the things read. Sign up for the heavy-duty industrial salvage. Equip a powerful gravitino coil to manipulate industrial waste. Haul it across the desert. Complete milestones to earn new equipment. Complete entire phases for special exclusive rewards. View progress of the expedition, press escape. Reach the space anomaly to retrieve your stored items. Starship travel is unavailable. All haulers must traverse the world via exosuit. Base's discovery and other progress will be shared or merged to your primary save. Switch back and forth at any time. Okay, Starship travel is unavailable. Alright. That's a new one. Okay, current objective. Register for industrial waste hauling. Getting some stutters in the game. So let's grab the start point here. I don't seem to be using any life support, which is weird. Alright. So I'm assuming we're going to immediately get to check out a bunch of stuff here. Loster Major Pollutants Report. Industrial remnants. Significant. Waste. Widespread. Geosphere. Heavy. Hello, user Rual Storge. Welcome to Loster Major Waste Hauling Registration. Field equipment available. Download Gravitino Coil Blueprint? Sure. Gravitino Coil, industrial waste manipulation device. This remarkable technology transforms the multi-tool into a powerful kinetic manipulator, capable of attracting and repelling industrial waste via localized magnetic field. Access the Gravitino Coil pressing I, and attract industrial waste using the right mouse button. Magnetized objects can be launched from the coil with left or gently released using right. Did you do any settlements on this save? I did. Alright, so we need to install the Gravitino coil into our multi-tool. So I need a Gravitino ball, chromatic metal, and a Gravitino coil part, which is magnetic resonators. Which we... Yeah, we already read that. Alright, so usually with the expeditions, they'll tend to give you quite a bit of hand-holding of just giving you stuff early on. But they will require you to go through, like, your various milestones. So I can go here to... It's not the expeditions. So I need to go here. So, for the multi-tool, I need to get the magnetic resonators, chromatic metal, and the Gravitino ball. If we check here, I do have a personal refinery Mark II on board, which is nice to start off with. So for this, I need ionized cobalt and magnetized ferrite. So what we're going to want to do is find some metal... Find some more. If we go into the caves, usually you can find the cobalt and ferrite in the caves. And sometimes you can find stuff like silver and gold and stuff like that. I'm getting a little bit more stutters in No Man's Sky than I'm used to. And it's the same installation we previously played, so... Let's go ahead and pop those real fast. So they can't hurt me. Alright, so cobalt and silver. I believe silver becomes chromatic metal when I process it. Obviously, this won't be a very efficient way of doing it. And check out the ends, paying some Coral Island. So if you like Coral Island, you can definitely find that over there. I had to laugh because it said like Lost Major whatever on the bottom there. And I was like, what's Lost Major the game? Alright, so this will be the cobalt and silver. I'm gonna have to step outside though to get carbon because I don't have any spare. That's interesting. I already got some ionized carbon. Yeah, so I need magnetized ferrite. So we're looking for plant matter. Oh, hey. Now we're suddenly having life support again. Okay, because when we first loaded in, the life support wasn't doing anything. I was like, okay, that's weird. Come on. Because we'll also want to scan the life forms. There's a whole thing about scanning all life forms on the planet. Where did you go? I had another one right up here. Alright, I need to remember I do not have my upgraded, like, jump pack and everything, since this is a expedition. Before I huck myself off a mountain. Okay, so tiny little rocks will give me sodium. What's new in this update? We will be having a lot of, like, industrial waste we collect and clean up and all that. They've overhauled the Colossus, is my understanding, to make it a lot more interesting, because it was always a vehicle with a little bit of an identity crisis. I mean, I should say, it didn't have an identity crisis, it just didn't really have a purpose. Alright, so we do need a Gravitino ball for what we're going to be doing. First, I want to check out what this life form is that I haven't scanned yet. Discovered a new species while driving. I don't think I did. I discovered a new species. But I don't have a vehicle yet, so I don't think I did it while driving. Okay. There's a Gravitino ball. Because I needed one of those, and I figured I'd grab it. I am appreciating that in this one, instead of like being like, you need to craft your terrain manipulator, you need to craft that, they're like, look man, you've done this before. Oh, boo. Like, you've done this before, you don't need someone hand-holding you on that. Let's go up here and grab these. Norogo, Norogo, Norogo. Nudie, nudie, nudie. The stone resonates, producing a sound that fills my mind. A vision begins to take shape. A robotic life form turns towards me. Light steams from their metal shell, forming a glowing fog that surrounds us both. They gesture towards me. Accept the knowledge. The name Korvax fills my vision. An echo of a strange vision I just experienced. A word in this alien tongue is seared into my brain. Okay, so you need advanced mining laser for that. Please stop being so ooshy-gooshy behind me. Sweet root, gravitano ball, buried cache, pyrite deposit, abandoned crate. Alright, so I need magnetized ferrite. So the catch is, I need to just find regular old ferrite, and then I can process it up. But thus far, we have not found much. Now, these damaged containers tend to give me stuff I could refine into ferrite. So I should be able to go in here now. Right, ferrite dust is the lower level stuff. That's fine. Alright, so I need a lot of carbon. We need to drive around, well, walk around the desert. Start ripping up plants. Okay. Okay, so you get a decent amount of carbon out of this. And then after that, we're going to be going through these expedition things. Most likely they'll be giving us the Colossus very early. Since, like, the whole big shtick of this thing is the whole processing of materials and all that. They can't exactly do that until you go. So I would imagine we'll spend the very beginning of this just getting our basic stuff equipped. Then we'll get the Gravitino gun and we'll start scrapping stuff with that to work our way up to getting the vehicle. To then, you know, basically increasing the yield on everything. Alright, so let's go ahead and check on you. Give you some fuel. Start you processing. So now we're just looking for dust and this. I'll probably end up needing to go back into the cave for more of the ferrite. Now what I can't remember is if I think pyrite will turn into chromatic metal. Alright, so we got our ferrite dust. Let's check in the pyrite. Pyrite turns into dust as well. I know silver oh, it doesn't. Alright, that's fine. So we can go ahead in the meantime. We'll work on making that go up the line. So we're not worried about the pyrite now. So we're looking for a source of chromatic metal. Cobalt. Emerald. Okay, that'll definitely become chromatic metal. They started us on an emerald planet. Alright, I mean, if you just want to give me late game materials, that's certainly a decision. And that'll be the magnetized. Because emerald won't only become chromatic metal, it'll become like chromatic metal at a very good rate. I'm trying to remember, I want to say, other than the gas giants, I want to say emerald was like the farthest, because it was the cadmium was the first exotic, and I think emerald was the third. Then the gas giants do have their extra stuff that isn't here, but like excluding the gas giants, when the game first came out, emerald was like the most advanced of the things you just mine out of the ground. You know, later on they've added more since then. Yeah, but with emerald I'd be able to get myself a jump drive that basically opens up everything but the gas giant systems, which have their own storyline, which makes sense that they wouldn't just give you that. I'm taking the time to pull this up, let's just pull it up. The good news is this does seem to be a fairly hospitable planet. Some of the, it's been a while, but some of the expeditions, a big part of it was they would start you on a really, really nasty planet or whatever. When you had Iridium? Because I know I played the game when it first came out. It was like, you know, you had your basics, like you'd get your, man, I'm blanking on what the original materials on the planets were. I mean, it's the same stuff it's always been. But you have to grab your, like, stuff to process into chromatic metal on the very first planet to get your stuff. Then later on, you'd have to work your way up to getting fancier stuff. You'd go to the cadmium, the emerald, and I always forget what the blue one is. Then, like, most of the other stuff, like, even the crafting materials, like, were way less involved than they are now. Like, you had stuff you crafted, but you mostly crafted it for money. You wouldn't need to, like, craft all these little fancy pieces to do your, like, various module upgrades or anything, or make a new system. You'd make, like, the different materials to go there. So there's, like, antimatter you'd craft a lot of, so you can make your hyperspace fuel. But most of the rest is all just about making money. I vaguely remember way back, I think they had nanites pretty close to the beginning. I remember money, like, just straight up cash was your big bottleneck back in the day. I think nanites came later. I'm trying to remember. But like a lot of the upgrades you really wanted was just raw money. So people always came up with different... Yeah, I think nanites weren't in the beginning. I think it was all just credits at the very beginning. And people had all sorts of different ways you can manipulate things to make buku bucks because the grind for some things, money-wise, could get pretty wild. So people found ways to, like, break the economy. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I remember nanites were pretty early on, but they weren't at the very beginning. But we used to have the thing where you could go to a market, and because it would calculate the value of the stuff when you started a trade, you had this whole thing where you could go to a market, buy all of the materials they had there. Like, you'd have, say you're doing antimatter. It would be a terrible one to do, but say you're doing antimatter. You'd go to the market, you would buy all of their antimatter. Well, that's pretty annoying. But you get all the antimatter. And you'd buy it all from the market, and now it'd update the price, being like, oh no, we're all out of antimatter, so the price would skyrocket. You'd then take all of the antimatter, period, and you'd sell it back. Or no, it was the other way around. You'd dock at a station, you'd sell everything you had of whatever the material was you're trading, you'd get it at whatever price was the local price, and it would crash the price down to its minimum. You'd then buy it all back, and then go to the next system and repeat the process. And as long as you went to the new system, that's still a thing? Right, but my understanding with how it got changed, Luxray, is now it doesn't calculate the full volume for it all at once. My understanding now is it kind of gives like tiered things. So you get like the best price on this much, and then the next one will go the next down price kind of thing. There's still ways to game it, not like you used to. It used to be you just go from station to station and just endlessly multiply your money doing that. Because you just sell all of your material at once and buy it all back kind of thing. Yeah, it's still a thing, it's just not as effective as it used to be. I did not need to make this much chromatic metal. I mean, I guess we're sorted on chromatic for a while. Okay, and that'll let me put the thing there, and then I need to make 3 resonators. 1, 2. Oh, what am I missing? Ionized cobalt. We could solve that. But yeah, no, there's still definitely ways to game the thing. It's just the thing where, like, the money you used to be able to make doing that was just bananas, because it would just increase exponentially. Because every system you'd go to, you get just a couple more units of whatever that thing was. And so the amount you'd get, the bounce back and forth, would just go up every single jump. Most of the time I need just regular cobalt more than the ionized. Magnetized ferrite. We can process process that over. No, let's also grab pre-packaged exosuit thing. That was for mining something while driving, which we definitely should not have gotten credit for, but, you know, sometimes the game doesn't work quite the way it's supposed to. And a ridiculous amount of food. So let's grab more emerald so I can actually keep it as emerald. Because I have a feeling we're going to need that for some of our exosuit upgrades later. Then we're going to have to go and tear up some rocks for some more ferrite. Then we can get our gravitino gun, and then we get to start physicsing. Or gravitino coil, or whatever it is. I do hope they've opened us up for a lot of abuses with the physics gun. Like being able to pick up hunks of rock or whatever, or salvage, and just throw them at the sentinels and have relatively good damage. Make it kind of a skill shot thing. Where if you got the skill, you can do... do it like Noita. Where for those who don't know, there's Steve in Noita. Who is this like kind of boss guy who can really screw you if it happens at the wrong time. But where he shows up, there's statues. And if you get really good, even if you have terrible wands and everything, you can tuck yourself behind the statue, wait for Steve to get close enough, and kick the statue so it lands on top of him. And the statue can very easily kill Steve by itself. But it's one of those ones, if you mess up and you don't finish the job, now you're cornered and just bad times. Last time you did a thing like that, you could buy something cheap, refine to something expensive, and sell that. A couple years ago. Yeah. And I mean, that's always been a thing, but it also makes sense to be able to do that, to, like, you know, spend time and resources to upgrade materials, and then make some money through that process, which I think is a completely reasonable thing, because you do have a pretty hard bottleneck on how fast you can make money doing that, because if you're using your private refinery on your back, you're only doing one thing at a time. Analyzed a bunch of things for petrology. But yeah, when you're doing the expeditions, you tend to get rewarded for a lot of just seemingly random things. Alright. So that's going to give us a pre-packaged pulp splitter unit, an impact igniter projectile ammo. Oh, so they basically gave us a really solid set of weapons to start. Alright, so let's go here. My inventory is slowly filling up with that kind of crap. So I need to go to here, and we'll need to process the dust to the pure ferrite, then the pure ferrite and the magnetized ferrite. Which way is it to? There, that way. So we can go here. That should be what we need for the gravitano. Or not gravitano. Oh, that's... I was thinking those were containers. Alright. And so with this... Pull that out there. Multi-tool. Right, I'm making the resonators to then do the multi-tool. Alright, so we're going to have the Gravitino coil. Meanwhile, we go and put a gun there. Because you're going to give me the gun. I'm going to take it. So with this, I'm going to dismantle my bolt caster. Interesting that those aren't highlighting like they're linked. And that's an exocraft weapon. Alright. Okay, so we got that done. Significant frost protection upgrade, thermal protection upgrade, supreme defense system upgrades. Alright. Sure not going to complain about that. So we have the shield module. We can link those two up. We do know there's frost on this planet. I'll put the fire resistance here as well. Oop. Okay, let's grab some junk. Okay. Flux calibration. So we're getting the Colossus Geobay plans, the flatbed chassis modules as well. Alright, so that's going to require Perfuranium and metal plating. A custom body module for the terrestrial vehicle compatible with the Colossus large exocraft. The flatbed module allows the Colossus to haul heavy stacks of industrial waste across long distances. An electromagnetic containment field minimizes cargo loss while navigating uneven terrain. Okay. So then comes the question of, do we find the material through salvaging? Deposit rejected incorrect material. That's for radioactive stuff, I assume. So that's scrap processed. Does it say into nanites? Oh, okay. So that's a way to just farm nanites directly now. That's actually not a bad move to give us a better way to farm nanites. Yeah, I thought I shorted it. Alright, so it doesn't give me the material we're looking for. Because it's supposed to look for, like, the Pernifium or whatever it is. Oh, I didn't check. Did you give me any of those materials by default? Because sometimes they do that. It's not looking like it. So if we were to go here... So I would need metal plating and the paraffinium. And you notice, we don't have a starship. Normally you do. This particular one, they're like, no starship for you. I could have sworn the parfinium or whatever it is was something you mined up, like the emerald and all that. 'Cause I don't think that was the, I think it was like the putnam or whatever it is, was the material you got from killing sentinels. Or was it... Hey, wildlife? I need you to chill a second so I can murder you for science. Let's not go to the big larva. Pure ferret and carbon. Let's, in the meantime, what we can do... Oh, I need... New expedition? Yes. No expedition, and we have no spaceship. In this one, when they say no man's sky, they mean, you know, sky's off limits. That's because this one's based around exocraft changes and salvage and all that. And thank you so much for Itchy Tenma for the 130 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Let's get some over bioferrite dust so I can make the plates. We'll see if we can't figure out our situation with this this material. I don't remember where I get it. Okay, so I need just a little bit more. Emerald, cobalt. All right. Yeah, my assumption is we will get our spaceship after not too long, but at least at the beginning of it, we're not allowed to traverse the planet using a spaceship at all. It's part of the gimmick of the expedition. As far as checkpoints, and you walk up to the beacon things and touch them, that'll do it. And there also is autosave outside of getting in and out of the ship. It's just nowhere near as frequent. Yeah, no, I didn't even think about that part of it. Oh. So it's saying bioferrite dust and pyrite makes that. Grab some more dust, because I'm going to get low on it. And more ore. Alright, because we just end up needing lots of materials. Alright. Let's work our way back up here for putting down the Colossus pad thing. Mid warp checkpoints? It could just be that we're in the one system. It is something that very well... I haven't looked through the whole list of stuff. It could just be that for the first, like, part or two, maybe we're stuck in the one system. And then eventually we move on. Hey, Brildane, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Brildane, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Yeah. No, it's funny. I had a whole plan for today's stream. I was like, yeah, I'm going to check out Syntopia. It looks pretty good. No problem going into it. I already know what I'm going to do. And then No Man's Sky update. We'll do Syntopia another day. But check out Brildane. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole bunch of games similar to what we play over here. Rimworld and a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. Humanity is something that Brildane has been playing recently. But definitely good times over there. Alright, so let's go and get you. And now we need to change our vehicle. So we can now have the flatbed module. So you have the classic wheels, off-road wheels, tracked wheels, Caterpillar super elastic, super elastic wheels, mechanical legs, front track wheels, sure. Paint job, we're gonna do the orange and dark gray. Just want to see which way I want to do it. Yeah, it's fine. Rocket unit. Sure. Front decal is barely visible. All right. I don't even see the decal. There we go. Sure. Oh, and we can store configuration. Flatbed. Cool. I would... Stop dialoguing me. Alright, so... we got our utility vehicle made. So pre-packaged exocraft booster and upgrades so that we can make this thing faster. I think I literally just made a copy of what I already had. That I did! That I did. That I did. That's fine. We got more go. Yeah, weirdly I'm not noticing the same highlight nearly as much. It's fine. Right. I happen to already have the advanced mining laser. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know they could go diagonal from that. Now we know. Okay, and I saw we got other ones done. Excavation blade, an obstacle demolition attachment for the terrestrial exocraft. The blade allows the Colossus to collect a small number of resources from minerals and vegetation upon collision, reduces the grime and scratches the exocraft's paint job. So now I don't have to sit there and do the mining laser. I can literally just plow through stuff and it will, you know, collect some of it. Cool. So we can go to... oh, is it the blueprint it gave me, or... yeah, so technically we have a starship somewhere. One second. So while I'm messing with this, we're not slowly draining life. Let's go ahead and chuck you in my inventory. Chuck you here. Alright, so exocraft blade. So I need 5 plates, 3 carbon nanotubes. So I need slightly more there. And check out Bassett. I assume we're playing Dragon Quest recently, because that's the last thing I know. I caught you playing. Alright. But it seems like a cool thing that we'll be able to just drive around the Colossus and have one of its advantages be just the fact that instead of needing to manually go through and mine everything, we just plow through it all and it just kind of absorbs a percentage of everything we drive through. So we'll kind of effectively passively collect things by just running into it. Probably have enough for that. All right. Okay, so we've got the excavation blade. It's good. I think this will be a good way of making the Colossus kind of actually have some value. We've been commenting that historically, the Colossus was always the vehicle you got and you went, but why would I use it? Prepackaged fuel source, repair kits. Alright, so takes advantage of existing metallic paneling, upgrading them into photovoltaic surfaces. This reactive coating generates energy during daylight hours, offsetting fuel consumption. Okay. They got repair kits. Alright, so back onto the actual thing we're supposed to be doing now. Objective. Load Colossus flatbed. Yeah, no, exactly. Eliminate hazardous flora. You just assume they're testing all the new stuff for LNF. You wonder how this translate. You think I'm just protecting your desires, projecting your desires. Yeah, they had a whole commentary that's like, no, we're not just using this for like testing stuff for your new game. Stuff will come across. I'm like, eh. So they gave us an assortment of cakes and 32 words. All right. They did, in fact, give us an assortment of cakes. That's a fun, different reward. So I assume I could pull right here. Welcome back, Holler Roll Search. Analyzing waste for valuation scale. Fee payable on auto collection. 40. Can one chat help me? You finished the entire expedition, however, you don't have the ability to compete road signs. Does anyone have any advice? Don't know. Because I've just started. There is quite often that No Man's Sky will bring out the expedition, and they'll almost always have like a day one bug. And then they'll end up fixing it later on. It's unfortunately a very common thing when they have a new expedition. It definitely feels like a pretty fast turnaround to this one. Okay, so you got the upgrade for that, and you do what? Allows additional building types to be acquired by the exocraft radar, including planetary drop pods. That's fine. Use the exocraft radar to scan for a rendezvous point. Okay, what am I doing right now? Reach the first waste heap. Ah, so that's how we're doing the different phases on this one. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I don't know one way or the other for sure if that's what's going on, but there is always... It's not every expedition, but there's been a number of expeditions that relatively early in the expedition they've had issues. Yeah, give me my free material. Yeah, so they really don't give you much from each, but the fact that I am getting it for free by just driving through it as we're moving along, that trickle feed of materials is going to add up. Honestly, the Colossus with treaded wheels feels more right. It's always a little weird having this big giant thing on what were effectively rubber tires. Yep. And I assume the idea is the trash heap will be like a renewable, replenishable, or otherwise generous source of trash to ship for the nanites and all that. And so then the way we'd get lots of nanites out of this potentially is just trying to make our Colossus as efficient as possible for transporting stuff. So the biggest earth movers have that? Right, I'm not saying it's wrong or anything. Like I've seen the macro scale minor vehicles that have just the giant rubber tires that I wouldn't even be to the axle standing up. But there's just something about having a heavy vehicle with, like, the big treads that just gives it a feel. I'm imagining we can get upgrade modules for the blades to make them get me more materials from driving over it, so you can kind of specialize in that if you want. All right. And I've got myself in like the not multiplayer mode. Because I'm enjoying that way better, having less of all the other crap throughout the universe. Because especially with the expeditions, it was always the thing, you get near an expedition objective and it would just be the pins everywhere and you're just like, come on, man. And I like to actually give myself a little bit of a challenge and not just walk up to someone else's, industry thing and just get, near infinite amount of oxygen and all that instantly. Alright. Reach the first waste heap. Pre-packaged grip boost suspension unit. Alright. So we have an engine module. It's the engine. Yeah, it's weird to me that a lot of these aren't giving me the highlighting like I'm used to seeing. So, forward grip minus 50, angular grip plus 110. Alright, so my next objective is to load the class's flatbed with special industrial waste. There's explosive, radioactive, toxic, excellent. And it is taking damage as I'm yoinking it all around. Okay. This is definitely not going to end well. Also, we're on a permadeath save, by the way. It is a permadeath save that we have done all of the content that already exists in the game at this point. Which is a real dangerous thing to be messing with a permadeath save on a brand new update on its very first day. Just launches a piece of metal right into your own face. Takes health damage from it. Yeah, no, I'm expecting this to be a disaster where we spill stuff everywhere almost immediately. I'm gonna try and go up the hill. Try and not tip too much if I don't have to. Alright, so we got 17 pieces. We started, I believe, with 18. The temptation to boost is real. But it's very clearly been noticeable that when I boost, it's real easy to send things flying. Alright, the stuff that went all the way down there is staying down there. Okay. Yep, so one of them fell down to the cave. It's just gonna stay there. Alright. Needless to say, I need to be a lot more mindful of the cave entrances. I am definitely getting some mild SnowRunner vibes. We just need the dirt to turn up and not be able to move forward, and we got it. That one toxic crate on the top that's just sliding around. It's definitely making me nervous. I could also see taking the time to have buddies like smooth out bad spots in the terrain ahead of you. So that you could massively overburden your vehicle. Alright. And thank you, Sniper, for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Means a whole heck of a lot. I think I can. Been trying to avoid the more severe jostling we can help. Because it seems like there's, you know, the magnetic force kind of just keeps it pulled into the bed. But when you slam stuff around a little bit and jostle it, it'll overcome that. So instead of going across that seam, we just kind of followed along it slightly. And the temptation just boost is there the whole time about gotta, you know, the whole gotta go faster. So we started this journey with 18 things of cargo in there, so we're down to 15.
Thank you Commodore 1080 for subscribing for 2 months.
And thank you Commodore for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 2 months you've been subbed to the channel, and thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you for that. I'm a little nervous from the sharpness of this ridge in appearance. I'm gonna go over this. It's gonna jostle and send things rolling down the hill, likely to catastrophic effect. And unfortunately, because it is a V shape there, there's only so much I can do to mitigate it, outside of getting out and just terrain manipulating it to not be sharp, which I'm not doing. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Did I not send over a bunch? Oh, it's back here. Okay. Yeah, so just the one box fell over. I thought it like really got sent out, which is the reason I was going down the hill. I was expecting to have to go down the hill and then, you know, kind of assess how damaged it was and if I wanted to risk taking it. Because I assume if they run out of health, they explode. And then I, as the person in the ship, will take whatever the appropriate... Okay. And I'm sure people do a whole science around, you know, generally speaking, is it worth it more to go back and pick up stuff when it's fallen, or, you know, should you just go and do that? Okay. Yeah, I definitely feel like if the pickup areas are static kind of thing, like you're gonna keep going back to the same one, I could see taking the time to like make a tunnel to make it kind of as flat as you can, or at least clean up the worst parts of it and just go back and forth, because it seems like the reward we get are nanites. And I'm kind of hoping they've overtuned this a little bit so that you can put in a solid effort but get a solid payout kind of thing. Because I think that anything else then... Alright, so you got some range. Good to know. Because I pulled that from 59U away. Alright, so we've lost one piece of cargo here. Yep, this is the new expedition. We are on our permadeath save doing it as well, because I make good choices. See, a lot of people complain about the planet being too bumpy. It's mostly from the expedition mechanics. Now, so you're toxic. So I'm curious if we get more if I manually drop this in or not. Yeah, so that becomes nanites. I'm just going to choose to roll this in here. Because basically you can auto-process it or manually process. I wish they would give me a comparison between the two. Alright, so I'll get 230 nanites for that. Ah. So, what we have learned is that the objective wanted me to actually process that, you know, process that using the individual thing. Now the question is, if I return back to the heap, will it still have everything we want on it? Yeah, no, I have no idea, Marlo, when it comes to how permadeath is treated on the expedition. Like, the expedition has its own stuff, but I did load the expedition through my permadeath, so I have no idea how any of that works. This is the planet version of Hard Space Shipbreaker. It's sort of SnowRunner Hard Space Shipbreaker, but No Man's Sky. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured, is if I died in a in a permadeath save in an expedition, it'd be the same as dying in just permadeath in general. That was my assumption, but I've not tested it. The answer is, I'll just not die, and then we don't have to worry about it. Oh, it should? Yeah, I think I could see them having a leniency on it out of fear of, like, you know, as we mentioned earlier, so we had a couple people talking about bugs in the expedition. And that the reality is dying to a bug because it's an expedition would be a big bummer. It's honestly the hard part is I can't see what I'm doing here at all. Okay, so there's a lip behind me, which is what I'm stuck on. Actually, come on, physics. You know you want to violently eject that into the sky. Yeah, no, I can respawn it. I just have to get the materials. And I don't want to take the time to get the materials. I probably should just go over... Because I know I've done this before where I can go underneath a vehicle and then shove it into the sky. Which has been a long time since I've done it. There we go. Interesting to me that's only removing terrain and not adding it. Because that's what I was hoping, is I could go over here and plug it up real fast. Either way, we don't know what the situation here. Like I said, it really depends here if when we go and grab this stuff, if it respawns this. If it respawns it, I don't need to make like a full-on road. But it might be worth it for like some of the more treacherous places, you know, carving up the terrain a little bit. Struck 8 creatures with an exocraft. Look. You don't need to call me out on it. Well, restore, I believe, puts the terrain back where you previously removed it. The problem was there was already a cave down there. I believe it would restore it back to being the cave. Where I wanted to, like, flatten it out. There's a bunch of junk laying around the route I took for this drop-off. I'm actually not going out of my way to hit the animals. Like, I didn't even realize I had hit more than, like, 1 or 2. But, you know, the terrain's pretty rough, so I'm sure I bounced in and over on stuff I didn't even see. It does not look like it replenished garbage, but there is still plenty here. Actually, I wonder if this... Wait, what's that button? Oh, dump materials. Is there anything I can interact with here? Like to tell it to spit out more trash. Alright, so we'll get that checkpoint. You know what you do with Coral Island animals, you're not surprised. Alright, that's fair. Animals have achieved my goal. Get rid of them all. Alright, let's grab the roadkill objective. Idle Bulldozer. Visit the waste processing plant, assess your haul at the waste processing plant, load and whatever. Gather materials can be unloaded with the dump lever at the rear of the Colossus. Using the gravitational code, place explosive, radioactive, and toxic materials in their appropriate things. So that's where I goofed up the last time. So problem is, only 2 of these are considered specialty waste. We've established this thing has really long range. I just want to try and get a feel for how long. 100 U. Are we just stealing the homes of the autophage? Well, I mean, we're taking the autophage too. There's a hole in the ground over there. Sir, get back in the truck. If the value is high enough, I could see this being fun in multiplayer. Deliberately having one person carrying entirely too much while everyone else just desperately tries to keep the things not in utter chaos. Okay. You just use a train manipulator as far as I can tell. I wonder if it'd be viable to run this in multiplayer and having someone stand on the hood. That's what I was thinking, is with a group of 2 or maybe 3 people, all depending on how efficient some things are, I could absolutely see where one person could just be driving the truck while the others deal with the terrain. Because I have super overloaded this thing. Now there are limits to this, like, if the terrain goes way too high, I won't be able to terrain manipulate down. There's like a bedrock. But I'm kind of leaning on the idea of making myself like a little bit of a road here. If I had the option, instead of like raise and lower, I wish there was like a smooth terrain option. So instead of like straight up flatten, just be able to like kind of work on all like the little messinesses of the terrain. Part of the other reason I'm doing this is I keep noticing that there's more and more debris along the way. And I'm hoping I can be extra greedy. Alright. It's probably not worth it for me to do this, but, you know, I want to see how far I can go. And I do see that that place is higher than where I'm at, so I do fully expect that I will need to, at some point, give up the flatten. Actually, you know what? Let's try this restore that people are talking about. Yeah, it's kind of what I figured. Restore is more about putting back the terrain you ripped up. All right. Just trying to clean up where I made a mess of that. Yeah, the train manipulator was always one, other than just digging a hole. I never did get myself really good at it. We've hit the limit. That curve over there on the side, I can't do anything with. All right. We've got some containers up there. All right. Used to flatten an area at a proper base on a lush world, and they already almost flat. You tried to blend or work the surrounding land. Yeah, no, I've done a little bit around bases, but I was putting a huge amount of effort into it. But like, you'll see people who do some like really fancy stuff, and I never had the patience nor the interest. I can see nothing with all the exhaust. And before we go farther, got more junk to carry. And you best be worth it with how much I'm overloading this poor vehicle. I don't think so far we've actually lost anything off of it either. Okay. Come on. Yeah, it's fine. That's too far down the hill. Okay, so where's that hole? No, I didn't want that one. Put it back. I think this is going to probably be the limit of what we can fit on here, that just the moving of the vehicle is going to cause stuff to fall off the pile now. You're probably well past any reasonable limit. But I want to see if realistically, if you took the time with a group of people and really put the effort into, like, smoothing out the ride as much as possible, could you do it? Because then what you'd probably do is, if one person could stick in the front and handle it, you could potentially have a convoy of like 2-3 vehicles with your group. One purpose is the person just, you know, leveling it out, and everyone else is just moving as much as possible. Yeah, I think we've mounted as much as it's gonna mount. I think the stuff not in the bed won't stay there. Yeah, some of it's not being counted as in my cargo. Okay. And the plan is straightforward. Just gonna keep doing this until I have to angle up, and then I'm gonna go with figure it out when we get there. Yeah, so you had 3 containers that already fell off, and that one's not considered on. Want to buy headlights. All right. Yeah, so definitely this is not worth doing in the future. I've already committed this far, so I want to see it through. But needless to say, this is not a great use of time. Versus having like half load and spilling a couple things along the way and just taking what you can get. Pretty much right now I'm just kind of following this until we get roughly next to that, and we get an angle up. And then just follow the terrain until we can get to its highest point and see what you can do from there. Alright. Because they make good progress per time clearing. The Hyperloop. Probably also as effective as the Hyperloop. In other words, terrible. Alright, is there a headlight button, for the love of everything? No. All right. So now I'm just trying to get up to where we start to hit like a surface level. And then we'll flatten out again whenever it starts to dip. So I'm hoping we'll make this flatten out the way I want it to. Yeah, the Remanent is the new expedition. It's based around cleaning up industrial waste, and they've reworked the Colossus to be like a big cargo truck and everything. That actually has like physics-enabled cargo and everything like that. I have a feeling no matter what I do, I'm losing cargo here just because I've got it piled too high. If here's a new enemy? Nah. It's just the name of the expedition. I should not have used Pure Ferrite on it, but I wasn't watching. That's fine. Not like that's that big a deal. Alright, if you keep ramping up, sooner or later you gotta hit a top. Well, no, even if I'm under a mountain, eventually you hit a top. It might be much higher than I want it to be, which is absolutely valid. But sooner or later, there's space up there. And the mountain doesn't go all the way to, like, the space station, so... Oh yeah, no, the volcanic planets get pretty wild. I'm happy that over the years they've gotten more and more, like, just willing to push the edge on things with their world gen. For light, no fire. So that's the thing. In a lot of ways, they've been like, no, 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 we're not just doing this for light, no fire. Which I think it's a nuanced thing. But yeah, no, it'll be curious. Because a lot of what we're doing right now doesn't seem like the kind of thing that light, no fire is going to do. I don't think we're going to have, like, the grand scale, rapid alteration that you can do in No Man's Sky and light, no fire. Because I feel like that kind of runs slightly at odds with what they've been kind of marketing that as. Yeah, no, they could definitely be testing the physics. When I need to recharge again, I'm going to go back for the truck and get it over here. Carrying debris to the harvest stuff? Yeah, no, that absolutely could be. Let's see when we get there. Yep, this was not a good way of approaching this. So, let this be the lesson. We've done some experimenting, and taking the time to just build, like, an entire underground highway. Again, with multiple people, I could see this kind of thing working, where you could just get yourself set up, and then just start leveling out a highway real quick to move stuff. But solo, it would have been faster to take, like, you know, 10 items, 12 items, and then do the journey one after the other. Versus I probably have like 40 or 50 items on there. But I'm having to like baby it everywhere because it's just overfilled. This is why we're doing this. I have a dump truck full of stuff. I'm expecting to lose cargo off the back, no matter how I approach this. I'm hearing stuff scrape and bump and pop off from where I didn't clear the roof quite enough. The camera hates this. I'm pretty sure it was corkscrewing down there because it found like a stalagmite and it didn't know how to make the physics work. I think we're writing this one off. You know what? I think we're writing this one off. Because I have a long ways to go, and we've lost absolutely everything but like 2 items off the back. So we're just gonna teleport it, because I only have 2 of the specialty goods. Because having to reload the truck and then we're still 2,000 U away. We are learning that the subterranean highway is just not a viable solution. The part where it's along the, you carry a good one by hand. Well, the problem is that they bang on stuff, they take damage, and the implication is that they explode or bad things happen. So I'd rather, instead of taking the time to do that, let's just quickly hurry over to where I've got my, where I've got this. And then teleport the Colossus back there, and we'll pick up the pad, so in the future when I need to move the Colossus, I can just put down the pad again. Yeah, because I still had a long way to go. Yeah, so you have to find a different dump site. To be fair, the bad ideas are buried. Yeah, no, exactly. You have no evidence there was a bad idea that has occurred. There is a hole in the ground that is restricted access for your own safety, but otherwise everything has been on the up and up. We are on a planet covered with industrial waste, but, you know, after all. It was a fun experiment. And, like, up to there, losing a couple things have been like, that's fine. Is there a reason you don't have a summoned ship? If you look around at my markers on the compass, you'll notice there is no ship. This planet you may not use ships on. How to get you here in the first place? It's an expedition. You spawn here. You start here. And so far, my only vehicle is the Colossus. Because this expedition is all around, like, transporting all the scrap and junk across the planet's surface. Honestly, if they were to expand the terrain friction physics a bit more, not go like full SnowRun or anything, but, you know, have it where you can get a little bit caught up in the mud, I could see this being a thing that people could do for a lot of hours. Just hauling a bunch of stuff, making roads, all that. Especially if they do have it where those dumps slowly regenerate garbage. I could see there being a really big appeal for making yourself the infrastructure to get to and from the local dumps and all that. You wonder how the dump Colossus would work on water planets? It'd just sink to the bottom. The same as always. I'm also suspecting there will be planets that have industrial waste and a bunch that don't. So it'll probably be like the dissonant planets where, you know, only some planets have the dissonant stuff. The the ship salvage planets, really certain planets have the ship salvage. I'm guessing it's going to be one of kind of those things. So it could be certain styles of planets might be ineligible. They keep selling more and more copies of the game, Estero. Plus, as well as things that they sold so tremendously many copies over the years that they could continue to operate for a very long time before they have to worry about it. But don't underestimate how many copies of a game can still sell by keep updating. Like, you look at games like Stardew Valley and Terraria, and they keep releasing updates, and it's just one of those things that every time they release an update, they end up getting hundreds of thousands of more sales. So my Colossus pad was over here. Yeah, and having a small team. The reason why companies like Electronic Arts end up having to do all the ridiculous stuff is partly because they have a whole bunch of shareholders that obligated to make more and more profit with at all times. That's one part of it. And I'm assuming all stuff falls off? Yeah, it would have been cheesy if it didn't. But another part of it is, I'm trying to remember how to do this, so edit. Another part of it is, when you look at a company like Electronic Arts, they're just massive. So you have to be bringing in copious amounts of money to just keep your existing staff paid. I'm pretty sure that's the same one we've been going to. Yeah, so it looks like if it's not one of the big dumps, yeah, so I'm just going to have to go to a different area, because it's continuing to target back to the one I've already cleared out. The thing that'd be like one of my first negatives is, if it's not going to like replenish materials once I clear it out, that they'll probably should put a flag on it or something being like, hey, stop marking it or something like that. Yep, still the one behind me. We're just gonna roll. Also, it looks like a rudimentary road. Yeah, which means we definitely won't get something that's able to... I need you to give me a different one, man. Because we got a bunch of just random junk all over the surface. Oh, that's a lot of sodium, actually. Grab that while we're sitting here. Alright. Yes, I'm curious. Because that's radioactive from the looks of it. So it does look like we can actually, even outside the dump locations, find specialty waste. Because I'm pretty sure that was a radioactive symbol. It is. Alright, new plan. So what we could do is target the trash heap. It'll start heading that way. It'll pick up just what junk we can along the way. We won't worry about the dump yards. This is all just regular scrap. So nothing special in that set. We got more garbage over here. Okay. That's specialty garbage. Smashed obstacles. Okay. Lay waste. Cool. We're just getting all our expedition stuff. Don't worry about it. So where was that one? Oh, there it is. Prepackaged nutrient gesture unit and ice cream. Thanks, man. And go back to phase 1. Alright, we'll go towards the trash that's in the direction of where we're going to drop off. Because I suspect we won't be able to put too much on here before just the rough terrain will bounce stuff out of it. You stop bullying me, garbage. So you got 2 specialty pieces of garbage on here. Alright. Big hole in the ground over there. There's still some rough terrain here. Okay. So we got some more trash up the hill. You can do it. You can do it. In hindsight, I think I'd rather have, for the slip thing, I'd rather have the forward back slip, or forward back traction versus the side-to-side traction for what we're doing. Because I don't find myself wanting to go at angles on these hills anyways. Are you sure you can fit more there? Absolutely not. Am I gonna try? Better believe it. Because the worst case scenario, we just dump it off the back and, you know, that is what it is. Basically, there's like no real consequence for having the stuff fall off the back. Yeah, I have zero confidence that's staying up there. Come on, come on, come on. Their center is just up this hill. All right. So we learned our lesson last time that for this objective I do need to sort stuff. So let's try the dump button. Okay, your specialty stuff. Your symbol matches that symbol. And we have a lot to clean out that I didn't quite get over there. And you're radioactive. Get our nanites. All right. Cool, and I need to recharge my shields before I die. Okay. So we're two pieces of special trash short of our objective. Bear with me, chat. I'm gonna need to run downstairs and welcome my wife home, throw some quick food in the oven and all that. We'll get right back to it. And get more of this going on. The thing I gotta remember is where this game does and doesn't pause. So one thing I know I can do to protect myself is if I go in a cave, my life support and all that shouldn't go down. I believe. I'm pretty sure when you go into a cave and just stand still. Yeah. Alright, so with that said, chat, I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again so much for tuning in. This is, I believe, paused when I do this. I don't remember. Let's just play it safe. Let's play it safe. I'm going to go to my vehicle. I'm going to climb in and get out to make a checkpoint. And I'm going to unload the save. Just because I am on a permadeath save. And it would be a very sad way of going to just die because I stepped away and my character slowly suffocated to death. Even then, I don't think I'm going to be gone that long. Oh, that doesn't make a checkpoint. Well... How long again was the last autosave? The last autosave was right now. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and quit to mode select. And yeah, 19 seconds ago. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Just made it a restroom break since Tomb wasn't home yet, so didn't want to chuck everything in the oven and all that, and just have it be cold for her when she gets home. Because we're just doing like really quick make meals kind of thing at the moment. I'm just gonna top off my drink and then we'll get back to it real quick. So I probably won't take another step away when she gets home. You know, beyond just saying hi or whatever. Tomb working late? She's got a new employee there who needs a little bit more hand holding. So she's had a couple days that she's been later where they've needed a little bit more help understanding what they need to be doing and all that. It happens. And this is still even if she gets out her normal time, if there's bad traffic, this is entirely in the normal time she'd be home. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna send her a message. Let's see. All right. Cool. That way she knows what's up. So when she gets home, she's like, "Why are you ignoring me?" All right. So we're gonna pick up where we left off. It's interesting that all these are still saying that they're expeditions and whatnot. I believe if we went in here, it would kick me back to the main save in those ones. But yeah, so we're picking up where we left off on the expedition. I just had to step away for a minute. I wasn't sure if I stepped away if we'd be safe, and the initial save is permadeath. I do think people are probably right that if I die in the expedition, even though it is a permadeath save, that'll probably not treat it as permadeath. I'm not going to test it to find out. Alright, so we needed to find more specialty trash. We'll worry about that later. That's just regular trash. Oh, I don't know where that is. But that's looking like a hassle. Alright, let's see if there's a different dumping site nearby. Okay, so waste heap's a little ways away. We will work our way towards the waste heap, grabbing what trash we see along the way. Or everything alive on this planet. They were unprepared for my existence here. Poor me on this planet. I was not prepared for my existence here. Oh, I need our ion battery. Alright, so let's keep that in mind. So ion batteries is ferrite dust. Okay. You think you should be able to summon it like your ship? We can check. Oh, you can. I thought we had to have an extra module or something for that. Admittedly, I have not done nearly as much of the exocraft as I have with so many of the other things in the game. Well, the interesting thing is I got rid of the platform. I had a platform. And then, you know, I just kind of got rid of it. That way I could bring the platform with me and plug it back down. Alright. So basically we're looking for specialty stuff. Just grabbing what I see along the way. Why does it feel like Space Garbage Man Sim right now? That's because it's Space Garbage Man Sim now. We are quite literally trucking around the map, picking up garbage. Okay. So that's specialty garbage. And it appears that the specialty garbage can take damage and get ruined. Or like explode or whatever it does. Whereas like the random pieces of metal can't. Couple more. There we go. I deliberately don't give myself the leg up because a lot of times that just trivializes the expedition. I do like actually putting a little bit of effort into it, because a lot of the ones when you bring your stuff over. Because, like, this is attached to my old save. I just didn't give myself anything. I actually put the Atlas passes. To be fair, this one, I don't think it would benefit you. To get all those items, you typically have to manage to, So you typically have to manage to get to the space station. And so far to that end, getting to the space station, we don't have a spaceship. So this weirdly might be the first one of these that your ability to kind of cheat your way to the, you know, past the early game to skip later into it. This might be the first one that's just really not a thing you can do. Since we are, I don't think we'll stay trapped on the planet, but at least for the beginning part, we're stuck on the planet with no spaceship. Alright. How big a bump? Not as big as you'd want it to be. It can take a bit of jostling, but like if you fall into a hole or you go over a bump a little too fast, it will throw things. We've definitely sent a bunch of cargo flying. But mostly if you're just driving around, as long as you don't tip over, it seems to be holding up as long as you're not just gunning it or whatever. You take a little bit of effort on deciding how you're going to path. You think if I would have gone a little faster than that last one, we would have sent stuff flying. This spot sucks terrain-wise. Okay, so I've only got one piece of specialty garbage. I'm going to grab that out first. And then the rest, we're just going to dispose of on the pad. I'm assuming I get less for doing it this way than the other way, but it's way faster. That's the kind of stuff that I'm sure people do a bunch of comparisons. Alright, so this will be 220 nanites. Thank you. This will be regular crap around here. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? This is the Colossus. They've given us a lot more configurability with this, with the new expedition. Alright, so this is a specialty piece of trash, which should be able to finish this objective. Because now we're effectively garbage men. So since that'll finish our current expedition objective, we're just going to go right on up here and turn it in real quick. Come on. Oh, and Toom just let me know she got home, and I forgot to run the ad break when I stepped away, so we're in an ad break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly drop this off, and I'll step away again to do all that stuff. So you are radioactive. And you ask Toom to pet your head. That is a randomly specific request. Could you know, give me my mouse? Yeah, no, I don't have like a problem with it or anything. It's just a weirdly specific request. All right, and we're gonna get in our 30 nanites. Considering I did almost nothing, that's fine. Okay. So climb in, climb out, because I think that makes a checkpoint. And I'm going to take 2 seconds real fast. So we quit the mode select 12 seconds ago. Alright, so I'm going to be back here in just a minute. I'm just going to run down, welcome my wife home, throw some quick food in the oven, and I'll be back up here since we're in an ad break anyways. And then we won't have another break for a good while, so I'll be back in a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so sorry about the double break thing there. It was just timing stuff. And meanwhile, while that's booting back up, I'm just going to adjust the AC because it's getting stuffy in here. But yeah, I've been enjoying the new expedition so far. I think they've done a good job on giving the Colossus purpose. Because kind of as we covered at the beginning was, the Colossus really was kind of in a weird place where its only real feature was it had lots of cargo and big. So you tended to more just chuck stuff in it and not use it. Alright, so we finished the entirety of Phase 1. And now I got Phase 2, which just by doing stuff, we already have most of the objectives done. Alright, so checking on the stuff we got here, we can pop those. Got some glitches I don't really care about right now. Nothing too exciting at the moment. Alright. Okay, what's it gonna tell me to do? Reach the second waste heap. Each expedition has several marked places. Use the... okay. So I need to go here and choose scan for waste heap. Good old Snowman Sky, or No Man's Runner. Alright. Yep, no, it was the same thing I was doing, was just quickly chucking the food in the oven. Welcoming the wife home, all that stuff. For right now, we're just trying to get to the expedition point. We had 2 blackbirds, and now it's 6 of them coming. Shit. The game seems weirdly loud all of a sudden. Let me adjust that game volume. It's just like weirdly has decided it needs to be like. Ooh, we're gonna stop here real fast because that is a lot of sodium. I like where you have these like super blooms that happen once in a while. You get one of these, it's like oxygen as well, and you're set for a good long while of not having to worry about managing a lot of this stuff. I saw there was some on the other side of this as well. Okay. You run fast to find tooth sodium plant. They're rare sometimes. Yeah, well, that's the reason why when you see like those big mega blooms, it's like, nope, I don't really need it in the moment, but I'm gonna stop and grab it. If inventory is not an immediate concern, I'm gonna go ahead and pocket all of that. That way I don't have to think about it later. I mean, granted, it becomes a lot less of an issue when you've got your save set up and you've got, you know, your drills or whatever, and you just have like the drill pulling up literal thousands of sodium. Okay. I thought about grabbing garbage along the way, and I was like, no, I'm just gonna have to, like, deal with all that. I guess this partly justifies the fact that they start us on an emerald planet, which is, you know, relatively late game material. Not having the spaceship makes the emerald pretty useless for everything other than just very efficient chromatic metal, and then eventually exocraft upgrades. But more than likely we'll have finished the expedition by the time that becomes a thing. One thing I always want is I wanted a bunch of more achievements for No Man's Sky. With all the stuff they've added for the years, I appreciate... So, I'm always very mixed about, like, when a game adds huge swaths of content about if they add more achievements or not. Because on one hand, it sucks to 100% a game, and then you suddenly are no longer 100%. I've definitely gotten salty about that before. But at the same time, it would be nice to be able to get the achievements related to, like, new content as well. Okay, so we're getting close. All right. So I reached the second checkpoint. Alright, so I am going to grab these real fast. It is curious. But they ultimately just gave... me that. Alright, so our next objective is transport 5 special industrial waste. You troll game, we just did that. Alright. Worry about the specialty waste first. Because they haven't been paying attention by assumption since they can get damaged and there's a whole bunch more and it's hard to find. The specialty waste is probably worth more. Okay, so that's all regular waste. any more specialty waste that we're seeing around here? Nah, all the rest of it just looks like straight up garbage. Let's double check its instructions. Let's see. Yeah, so we want to go to it, park, and on the value. Okay, so this one we're not going to empty it manually. We're just going to be driving it to the pad and then dumping the stuff on the pad. So the first one's like, here's how you can manually sort it. And then we did that. And this one's like, okay, but if you don't want to manually sort it, you can do it the other way. And my expectation is by not manually sorting it, you do not get the full value. You get a cut of it. Because otherwise, why would you ever sort it manually? So I put all the good stuff on the bottom. Now I'm just heaping a bunch of junk up here. I'm not super worried about making as much money or as much nanites as humanly possible. Kind of already learned that trying to take the time to make like our own highway by ourselves just not worth the effort. And this kind of garbage is everywhere. That's a specialty item. Okay. I have zero expectations that's going to stay there. Being we already lost a thing. Is it propulsion cannon? Oh, it's the it's basically a gravity gun from like other games will have. So it's like right click yanks things towards you, left click propels it. If you have something pulled towards you and you right click again, it just kind of falls. Alright, there's not going to be an elegant way to do this. There's just lots of kind of steep ridges here and all that that are going to want to bounce our cargo. Okay. I wonder for the people who complain that the planet's way too like craggy and bumpy and all that. I wonder for a lot of them, they've never played a game like SnowRunner or MudRunner or any of those. Because it is kind of one of those things that as you play those games, you'll start kind of learning to navigate the terrain to, you know, know which way to bounce things to avoid throwing things everywhere. Or if they're just using their boost way too much, because I did notice the moment I boost, things just fell out. Alright. Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. I noticed you can't just, like, hold on the gas. You will just launch stuff out. So when you're going over, like, where you have a bump, like right here, I have a bump, letting off the gas and just kind of feathering it a little bit to get past the craggy part of the terrain. Which that you mostly had to do in games like SnowRunner, because you'd bottom out your truck and damage it. And that's what happens when you don't do it. Just went over, it lurched, and everything went to the sky. To be fair, I mostly only lost the junk loot. I only lost 1 or 2 pieces of specialty loot. All the stuff I lost is mostly just metal chunks and tires. It looks like you only got 2 more sitting here. Yeah, so I literally only lost the 1 piece of specialty. All the rest is just random hunks of metal. Yep, just went a little too fast over that. Jostled the trailer. So 2 pieces of specialty loot. Looks like it launched this one pretty far. That's not the right button. Okay, now I should be able to turn this a little left. Now we're not going across all those ridges. Alright, now it's just overfilled. I wouldn't even say that was bumping. Get back here, wheel. That is going to be a real pain to cross. Okay. Those are far away. Mostly just metal falling off again. I don't actually think that was one of mine. Okay, so just like 3 of them that got jostled out from the looks of it. I thought it was worse than it actually was. But definitely seems to be a thing to avoid where it shifts one way and the other way real quick. That definitely seems to have an effect where it likes to very heavily bounce the trailer. It is around, you know, changes to the vehicle, picking up trash, scrapping it, that kind of thing. That does seem to be the core aspect of it, is that they effectively reworked the Colossus, which I think is a really good thing, because, you know, the Colossus was one of those vehicles that just didn't really have much use before this. Does Opera GX work with YouTube? Yeah, no, it works with, it's an internet browser, it works with pretty much anything like that. It doesn't not work with YouTube, if that's... I've used YouTube with it, I don't have a problem. Both as someone watching and consuming content on YouTube. Aha, slowed down that time, didn't lose anything. Well, I didn't lose anything in the first bounce. I think he just lost the 1 here. Oh, you mean the ad blocker? I honestly don't know. I usually don't tend to stress too much about ad blockers. It does have a working ad blocker, I just don't know, like, what services it does and doesn't work with. It's also those things I could tell you, and it's always an arms race between, you know, YouTube and Twitch and the ad blocker providers and all that kind of stuff. So I'm a little confused. You want me to go there. So we are going to go there. Even though this is a place I could, you know, recycle this right here. Oh, no, wait. Nope. It changed its mind. Alright, so this time... let's double check what it says. Access your hull at the waste processing plant. Park the loaded Colossus in the valuation scale and operate the plant control thing. Gathered materials can be unloaded with the dump lever in the rear of the Colossus. Use the Gravitino coil to place explosive radioactive in the appropriate base. Okay. So what it's actually saying is that it should go here. And I should still take these and put them in the appropriate bays. Propelled 64 magnetic waste objects. Alright, salvage, scrap, and recovered items. Oh. So salvage scrap is useful. And then these apparently give me materials. You got a bunch of goodies there. Alright, so let's go back to the phase we're actually on. I'm assuming this means biohazard. Because the one was volatile, the other was radioactive, and this is the odd one out. Toxic. Okay, so it's just called toxic. Okay. So that takes care of that objective. Cool. So Cyclops scope plans. An enhancement to the exocraft's navigation capabilities, attaching it to the driver's visor, analyzes the surrounding end project's detailed data environment, identifying points of interest, valuable data, flora, fauna, minerals. Okay. And then we get the camouflage finish customization. And then it's on to phase 3. Install the Cyclops to enable analysis visor while driving. That's a microchip and a hermetic seal. So the microchip require a carbon nanotube. Okay, they'll take care of that. All right. A powerful scanning system upgrade and 3 repair kits. And minecart. Harvest resources from an exosuit. We're almost done with that. Let's check. It seems like they only count once they visit the checkpoint. Okay. There's the volatile. There's a volatile. What are we doing in No Man's Sky today? we're sorting our recycling in the appropriate bins. Okay. And the rest of you is all just generic rubbish. So we can just go ahead and auto-collect that out of existence. Okay. Right, so we need to just harvest some stuff. Okay, that was easy. And you're going to give me radar power resonator plants. Oh, right, we had other upgrades to put on our vehicle. That's fine. And gold. Okay, so you want me to put the power resonator there? Let's make sure it didn't just give me one. Alright, so there's the scanner modules. Okay, we're good there. Yep, nothing here. I also... I just clicked out of the window because my mouse was appearing in the middle of the screen. It was very annoying. So I got those. We'll make the battery. We got the resonator set up. So we want to now look for a monolith. Okay. Oh wait, did that actually give me the... Oh yeah, no, okay. Okay, we need to chart waypoints and all that. So if we see any waypoints along the way, we'll want to check those as well. Oh, there's other juicy grubs everywhere. I will say this seems like it's going to be a very short expedition with how fast we're just plowing through it, which honestly wouldn't be a bad thing. If we get through the expedition really quickly, the other game I was going to be playing that I had planned to play today would be Syntopia. And for those who didn't see what Syntopia is, it's kind of a weird game that crosses a couple of genres in that, on one hand, it's kind of a god sim. If you've ever seen like the games Black and White, where you're kind of just over there and you use your powers to like manipulate the world, but also like a tycoon slash city builder as well. That the gimmick is you are in hell and you are managing things, and so you got like I think they call them like hummus on the surface or whatever, but they're like humans, and you're trying to, you know, handle sin and hell and all that to like get them back up there and manipulate things above to make sure you have what you need down in hell to do stuff. So like you're dealing with this sort of city builder with mild automation on one hand, but also like this, you know, like god game on the top area, and then there's also like layers of systems. So if you've seen like News Tower, the way News Tower is like, oh, I'm going to be running a newspaper, okay, and then you keep seeing like layer after layer after layer of mechanics. It's like that, where you're just like, oh, there's a lot in here. Hang on. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to the monolith. But it's a free playtest right now that like literally anyone can just look it up on Steam and just check it out. The game's releasing later this year. Not sponsored, by the way. Like, they haven't compensated me in anything. Like, literally, I became aware of it just yesterday because of FG Squared, and it just looked really fun. All right. So we learned the word for butt. We learned the word for do. And we learned the word for Atlas. Alright. Prepackaged thermal buffer unit, prepackaged megawatt heater. You played the demo a ton, it looks like it. Yeah, I haven't played it yet, but it does look good. So that wants me to find waypoints. What we could do in the meantime is grab you. And grab you. What I'm going to actually do is change my expedition goal to find the third waypoint. Because then what we can do is, at least while I'm looking for these recon points and whatever, I can look at them in the direction of the next area. Hey Sim, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does play a whole range of games, including like simulation, strategy, but doing a lot of Stardew Valley recently. But definitely fantastic content creator who I highly recommend checking out and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, it's good to have you, Sin. Have you ever played No Man's Sky? Like if you're trying to like lurk or whatever, like don't let me drag you out. But the new expedition is funny because, you know, it's kind of Snowman's Sky or No Man's Runner. It doesn't have like the getting stuck in the mud, but it does give some SnowRunner vibes right now. Yeah, again, check out Simcopter1, absolutely fantastic. So we are looking for any of the antenna areas we can find. As we work our way to the third rendezvous point, which is a pretty good trek out. And if people are like, wait man, well, if it's that far away, why aren't you jumping in your spaceship? I'll have you look at this compass and observe there is no spaceship. Literal No Man's Sky. The sky is off limits. And thank you, Servalor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to the channel. Really do appreciate that. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. And for those who got it, I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Yeah. So here's an interesting thing. So I've got a waste processing plant here. I believe there is the beacons by these. Let's see if it counts. Because then we could turn to this beacon and tag it. Because there's the beacon on the far end of the plant over there. Alright. So that should be 4 beacons out of the 6 I need. Oh, you know what I'm betting you're gonna do? That's fine, I can't get into it. I could see them making it a thing that, you have to get to your ship using the vehicle, and then you have all the repair kits to just fully repair it up or something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna make my way to the next point over here and grab its signal thing, its checkpoint. I know I've already said it before. I do think what they've done with the Colossus here is a nice change, just to give it purpose. I'm also wondering, once you get the Colossus like really upgraded and all that, how well it can move the junk around. Because like getting a couple hundred nanites each and every trip, it's certainly like no meta cheese strat or anything. But it does seem to be pretty decent. Yes, you're 1 minute away. It does seem to be pretty decent nanites for something that is more interesting than, you know, getting your giant field of mushrooms and then selling them one by one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like it gives you a way of getting the nanites in a, you know, you're actually doing something that feels interesting. There's been lots of cheesy ways to get nanites over the years. This isn't meant to be like a judgy thing about, you know, you're getting them wrong or whatever. You think the chef is over cheap? Well, the problem with the chef is mostly it's just so manual to go through the whole process. Like, it's safe, you can get good nanites out of it, it's just give them the food. 3 dialogue boxes. Give them the food. 3 dialogue boxes. Give them the food. 3 dialogue boxes. Slowly lose your grip on reality. 3 dialogue boxes. You mean to get nanites too easy? Yeah, no, it's definitely... Sorry, I was getting confused there for a moment. I thought I saw the expedition point go by. You did like 2 stacks and you're done. It was just not fun. Yeah, no, I had a bunch of people encouraging me to use the chef, and I did a little bit. I'm like, there's no way. I did like 4 or 5 things like, man, I even have the materials on me. I could just make these nanites, and I don't want to do this. I've certainly done my things over the years in games for achievements or whatever, where it's just repeating the same prompt again and again. Like, you know, there's been a lot of games that have had an equivalent to like a slot machine thing. But some of those games, instead of just being one button to like roll the dice again, it'll be like, okay, I want to, you know, run the race. Okay, this is who I want to run the race. Okay, I want to run this category of race. Okay, I want to use this item to buff this thing. Okay, I want this to be the rider for the race. And you get through that whole, like, 10 prompts in there that you're doing the exact same thing because you got your good rider, you got your best thing, you got whatever, to, you know, you beat the race a full lap ahead of everyone else or whatever achievement. And the rest of it's kind of RNG. And you're just hitting those buttons going, oh my god, please, just do it. I don't want to go through all this dialogue. Let me just rerun the last race, 1 button. You know, take all my resources still, that part's fine. Yeah, my preferred way of getting nanites was to go to the planets and scan all the life forms. Which, when it comes to that, if I see underground rare, I just leave. But Otherwise, that was always my preferred, because if it's a planet with a decent number of life forms, you can get 3, 4, 5,000 nanites from a single planet. There's just a certain amount of RNG where sometimes you just don't get lucky and have it show up. We have like a creature that has like a really weird schedule or whatever. Alright, so nothing else for me to hit a checkpoint at right nearby, because there should be just one more checkpoint if I'm not mistaken. What are you? Cobalt? Oh, you're Cobalt, that's fine. I just saw the blue and we're on an emerald planet, and I was like, what? Is this spin tires in space? It feels that direction. Oh wait, we got a point right up here. It obviously doesn't have where you churn up the mud and get stuck and you lose traction, but outside of that, it definitely has that feel. It also has a lot more physics involved with the trailer, just because the terrain in this game is a lot more chaotic. Well, that's not actually what I wanted. I'll still... Oh, you know what? We never interacted with that monolith we were at. That's fine. Let's interact with this one. An ancient marker hums at a frequency that burrows deep into my being, filling me with the voices of the Korvax echoes. Knowledge paves the way to understanding and probability. The Atlas, spoken fragments. The Atlas, interfaces are of their shadows. Monoliths are their scattered children. Together, we convey the wisdom of the infinite. They must be understood. I would like information about your language. My knowledge, the Korvax, increases. I learned the word power. So, we learned but, do, Atlas, and power is the words we know in Korvax. I'm not sure what kind of conversation we're looking to have, but it is feeling like it's gonna be a little limited in a direction. Let's see, Cronus is broken in the worst unfun way and needs to be overhauled. No control at all over what he gets. Awful. Let's see, you went to the ball and someone just gave you so much money, you're annoyed. There's no option to prevent it. Oh, I went and I just basically turn off the multiplayer stuff, so I don't generally see anyone even at the anomaly, because you can turn off all of that. Because, yeah, that's always been a problem in a lot of games where, people can kind of ruin the game for you by just throwing stuff at you. And some games, there's ways to just kind of delete your, stuff you don't want to keep it that way. In some games, it's not. Like, it's just in your inventory and there's not a good money sink. Because that was, we played TCG Card Shop Simulator, and that was one of the comments I gave, was, like, getting early, like, having that winning lottery ticket of a draw or whatever in some of those games can kind of ruin the game where you skip the whole early game. And this is a single-player game. It may have multiplayer mechanics, but I remember No Man's Sky when it was a place you were there all alone. That's my No Man's Sky. You can keep your social to yourself. I don't mind multiplayer there. My only annoyance with the expeditions is I dislike when I go to the expedition planets and there's a billion beacons everywhere that are like, beacon, here's a monolith, beacon, here's this, beacon, there's that, and you're like, look, man, I just don't want the visual noise here anymore. I don't want the help, and I don't want the visual noise. Luckily they did give settings to turn a lot of that off, because I'm imagining if you're playing on this right now, and you have that turned on, it's probably just everywhere. You need to adjust your settings. You don't want free stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. I've not even with multiplayer, I've had things where you just get lucky RNG. What was the game? Oh, it was, we did, I'm blanking on the name. How do you turn that off? Let's see. I believe it was under options. Was under network. Yeah, multiplayer disabled. Get it out of here. There's a couple other things in there as well. Be under network multiplayer, disable, kill it. I think there's 1 or 2 other settings in there too for like some stuff. But yeah. What was the game? It was one we played that you were building like a little town or whatever. It was very retro graphics. Thank you for the follow over the stream. Oh, I'm blanking on the name of it. Ellen. It was Ellen that the one playthrough. I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was I got the boat or whatever, and it instantly gave me like 50,000, and it just really kind of ruined things for me. And thank you for the follows over the stream, and also thank you for the gifting a tier 1 sub to the channel. Really do appreciate that, server lord. It means a lot, so thank you. Alright. So, waste heap number 3. So, let's go and grab this. Powerful exocraft engine upgrade. It's probably going to be the A rank. And I assume at the very end we'll get the S rank. You can play No Man's Sky and turn multiplayer off? Yep. Yeah, I didn't have this one spoiled for me in that manner, but I have definitely had that in the past. Where I played games and people were able to give you stuff and you really didn't have a way to prevent it. And some of them, as I mentioned before, weren't that big a deal because you could just, you know, they gave you $1 million and you could just kind of delete it. But a lot of them, that's, you get it and there's just like, you can kind of just like mentally mark that you didn't. Found all the creatures on a planet. You better believe I did. This actually wasn't a bad planet to do on it. Why are you so loud? You're getting so much up is a lot of time to get rid of it? Yep. And people genuinely want to be helpful, but in a lot of cases, it's really not. Their help is harmful, as it were. Alright. Oh, you gave me a lot of bones. Well, you know, I didn't want those. So, toxic waste, radioactive, 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 more radioactive, let's see here, volatile, more volatile, oh, forgot you even had charge. Yeah, now the game that I kind of had the most ruined experience for with giving stuff was actually Path of Exile, which I had a buddy who I didn't realize was real money transactioning, so was basically going onto websites that, you know, you could trade money for in-game currency. Didn't realize he was doing that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And they kind of present as like, oh hey, I found a bunch of gear, like, that would be, you know, perfect for your build. I was like, oh, okay, that's so cool. Because I had been brand new to the game at the time. And he basically just gave me, not the best gear, just all, like, the best uniques for my build. Which, you know, nowadays realize the rares are more important and yada yada. But it's just kind of one of those things that I instantly kind of skipped to the point that there was very little for me to seek out. which is kind of the whole point of those action RPGs, is the slowly creeping to get stronger and stronger by finding the next thing and doing the next thing and all that. And instead, I kind of had nothing to chase anymore, because I was still pretty new to the point I didn't know how to craft rares or anything like that. It utterly ruined the experience for me. Return to process... recycle gathered material. 19 out of 24. And I have no expectation we're getting this all back, by the way. I mostly care about the stuff that's more valuable in the bottom, but there's no consequence for me just loading up everything and spilling stuff, so... Alright. Is there a waypoint marker, by the way? Hey, the follow. Where to stream? There may not be a waypoint marker, but there is a shelter. Oh, this is gonna be so much harder to not spill stuff. That engine upgrades gave me a lot more oomph. I could really go for less smokestacks so I can actually see what I'm doing. Go away, drones. Looks like there's a hole on that side, so let's not go that way. The moment kind of reminds you of Death Stranding. That's one of those games that I've always meant to play. I've heard nothing but good things. I just got led to a very false premise of what the game was based on its marketing. And so the marketing made it look like a game I would never be interested in playing. But then it wasn't until like years later that I actually caught some people playing like, oh, this game actually looks pretty cool. Because to me, the way it was marketed is like, oh, I'm literally just going to walk over the planet. And that's kind of it. I'm like, well, this, you know, I'm just going to load my backpack up and just walk. Okay. I didn't realize there was vehicles in the game because of the marketing. Or that, you know, part of the whole thing was that you would add infrastructure to make it so you could get around the map easier. So, like, literally to me, based on what I had seen the ads for it, I thought it was you just loaded your character up and then walked, and then juggled with, like, balance, and that was kind of the entirety of the game. Yet another reason. Marketing matters. Bad marketing. Bad marketing can be bad for you. Trying to figure out where that nanite cluster was. Okay. You really like that you could find ladders and things that other people left along your way? Yeah. I dislike that these have had the problem for ages where their hitbox is just weirdly not where they're at. And it's still weird that that never has gotten fixed. Alright. I was not expecting to see a salvage marker. Because I've been running around here not seeing these this whole time. There's entirely too much junk. Oh, that switched my objectives. 1 second. Log. There we go. Road trip 3. This honestly doesn't seem as bad, except for when I slow down and hit something hard. Like, certain enemy things and all that. Okay, so it's a 7-minute journey. Okay. Yeah, this planet has a lot of different stuff on it, which I'm really on board for. Excuse you. Where do you think you're going? Give me the volatile one. The rest it's all junk and I'm already overburdened. Okay, we're probably gonna lose some stuff here with how craggy this spot is. It's not really a great route through it either. on, come on, come on. Don't. Nope, nope, nope. Keep going, keep going, keep going. There you go. Alright. Toss you back up there. We get to whatever that spot there is, it's probably a lot smoother than what I'm dealing with. Here we go. Nice smooth sailing. This galaxy never invented bungee cord technology. Nope. Alright, when it's level, let's see what happens if I can just send it down. Is that a big crevice there? It is. All right. Can't give up our greed, not this far in. So we've got the ancient plaque we were at earlier. There's a depot over there. Here. Sure, that'll stay. We can make a little ground. The truck would make our way. Yeah, no, I think this is probably content that if you are into multiplayer, I think this is actually a great place where multiplayer could get involved, where you could have someone kind of leading the truck and then taking the time to, like, you know, smooth out the terrain so you could really massively overload the truck and get away with it. It's just not worth it for one player. That's what we messed with when we first started this, is I did take the time to try and make a highway between the area. But between the items not, like, respawning in that spot and everything, it very, very much didn't seem like it was worth the time. So I'm curious, because it keeps mentioning 19 out of 24. Okay, so it still says 19 out of 24. It does want me to just get it to the plant. I was curious if it was actually expecting me to try and load up that much and do it in one trip. But yeah, solo it seems like there's a lot less need to that. It's also a curiosity because this is the one for the expedition. It'll be interesting to see when you're not in the expedition on this specific planet, if there are some of the less craggy planets, your like paradise planets and all that. If you could get one of those planets to have this, like the lot smoother planets, and how much easier this would be to run around and do all that. I'm going to let that piece of debris just go. It's not specialty, it's just metal. And I want to deal with having to kill all the enemy, or the dangerous floor there. Well, this kind of sucks, because I actually need to go along this ridge. Hexagon planet easy mode? Yeah, no, exactly. It'd be choosing any of the planets that, broadly speaking, are very flat. And doing that on this planet. It's cool that I got the mileage. But, like, please don't cover my screen while I'm driving. Alright. Supreme movement speed upgrade. Alright. That's probably going to be... Oh, it's for my character. That's far more understanding and less cursed. I was kind of a little worried it was going to be for the vehicle and just absolutely not be able to handle it. The Colossus has a mining laser. Yeah, like I could have backed up and done it, but don't rock hard. No, no. Gentle. Okay. Did you bring something from another save? Not really. I have the Atlas passes, but we haven't retrieved them, so there's that. I think this is actually probably the first one of these saves that you really can't bring much over. Because normally the way it works is you start with nothing even if you bring stuff over until you get to the space station to retrieve your things, or the anomaly or whatever it is to retrieve your things. And we still don't have a spaceship. That's kind of one of the gimmicks of this anomaly, is pretty much this planet is off limits for you to fly around on. For at least this phase. Eventually we might be able to get our stuff here, but... Okay, it's all just regular junk, none of the, specialized trash. But because you can't get to the space station because of lack of ship, it almost doesn't matter what you bring, because you're going to be doing most of this without that kit available. Which I like. It is one of those things that... I figured that was going to happen. Alright, so let's deal with this. Because I got caught up on the hazardous plant. And I've kind of noticed that hitting stuff like the hazardous plants really, really rock the truck if you're not moving fast. Which then causes you to do exactly like I did and just spill stuff everywhere. Good news, there's only like one thing I spilled that had any value. Let's see, maybe they tried to put an enclosed bed, but it caused horrible clipping and the collision rocketing because of the physics of the game? Oh, yeah, why didn't they make an enclosed bed? I think the reason you don't have an enclosed bed is they deliberately want you to have to, like, manage stuff and spill the occasional thing and all that. I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's an intentional design decision. Yeah, and there's a bunch of stuff, like there's been the mold ball things that bounce around and roll around. There's a lot of stuff that has physics to it in the game. You just don't run into it where it matters much, because mostly it's like when you destroy stuff and the physics-enabled debris hit the ground and all that, and who cares? This is one of the few times that we've got something that's got physics on it that the physics actually matter. Alright, this is going to be a steep area. Okay, so just making sure it wasn't going to be like a cave mouth or something, so it just nose down and fall. Okay. So let's double check the text so we get it right. Yeah, so it wants me to process it just like we did the last one. So I'm going to go over here. We're going to dump our junk on the ground. And sort the good stuff. Alright. So was that objective? How far does this, so far, how does this compare to other expeditions? It's very different in the sense that we do not have a spaceship at all. So we're actually using the exocraft. It's mostly, when it comes to this expedition, it's almost entirely primarily that they've completely reworked the Colossus to processing garbage and all that. And so there's a lot more like physics-enabled stuff here. It's definitely feeling like it's going to be one of the shorter expeditions we've had so far. But I'm enjoying it. Alright, give me that radioactive garbage. So you're all just metal, 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 metal. Thought I had another volatile thing, but I guess not. Give me all the surrounding trash. I'll take credit for work I didn't do. Twitch drops, I believe the Twitch drops start tomorrow. I have them turned on, but I don't think they're active yet. If they are active, then they should be here. Because that's just a setting we do on our side. They say, yes, I want to do Twitch drops, and that's all I have to do. Alright, 270 nanites. Let's go tag the checkpoint thing over here. Amazing game? Yep. No, absolutely. Alright, so we got all that done. So we're waiting on more checkpoints. We're going to keep going with our objectives because that'll happen on its own. Collect Gravitino balls. Okay. Eliminate sentinels. Reorient 32 sentinels. Oh. Okay. Reach fourth waste dump. Alright. So what we're going to do for the sentinel thing is I am going to deal with them, but we're going to deal with them broadly in the direction of our next objective. Hold, please. I want to get the Gravitino balls, but I need inventory space. This is one of the first times I've gone and it's been like, no, really, I just don't have space for anything. Grab, 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 grab. Be chill, be chill, be chill. I'm assuming that what qualifies as reorient. I was hoping I could like smack him into the ground or something. Okay. Excuse me. Please stop glitching through the roof. Oh, that's not what you want. That's not what you want. Please die now. Please die now. Please die now. Please die now. Okay. It was glitching through the terrain. Alright, so what did you want me to do with these sentinels? Inventory full. Look, game. Normally in these expeditions, you're practically burying me alive in all sorts of, materials and all that for inventory expansions. And this one you have give me a single one. See, so get the grab things. Ah, reorient. Okay. That's probably the biggest gripe about expeditions, having to go from being fully maxed inventory to like 8. Yeah, usually though, they'll give you like pretty aggressively, like every 4th or 5th one, they'll be like, here's 4 more inventory slots. And this one we haven't gotten a single one. Alright, so I gotta reorient sentinels 32 times, which is a lot. Okay, so I do have some inventory left. I mean, at the moment we're grabbing the Gravitino ball thing, so I'm moving to the next objective just because that's our next thing to do on the expedition. Oh, there's some more right there. Just... in my head, all I could think of is from... oh, what was it? Borderlands, the Tales from the Borderlands, where I think it was Reese was telling a story, and just them being like, bro, so it just wants me to reorient these things, so I'm being a big bully. It said 32 times. I'm assuming it's just grab it from this is reorienting it. It's like, please stop. I'll leave you alone. Just let me go. It doesn't have to be like this. Yes, it does. The expedition demands that I reorient you. We're just going through reorientation. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's back off for a minute and let them reset. Okay. Oh, good. They actually did give me slots for something. Alright, so I need 11 more of the Gravitino ball things. My poor inventory cannot handle at all what is going on. Let's move you over there. Move you there. You here. You there. Alright. So we got our pulse spitter all super juiced. Okay, so I gotta grab more of the Gravitino ball things. Yeah, it's just the whole idea is like, I'm a robot here to protect the environment. Please stop bullying. I'm just trying to do my job. Alright, so how are we doing there? 4 more. At this point, from how long the dogs have been able to ignore walls or solid dirt, that is just working as intended. They can't fix it. Yeah, no, usually like I've been able to do this kind of thing for pretty much ever. They'll sometimes glitch the terrain, certainly. But like usually if I dug a hole and I just didn't make it perfectly straight, it wasn't too bad to try and get away from stuff. Alright. The one more set of the Gravitino balls should do it. And there we go. Okay. My inventory is full again. What do I want to drop? Trying to see if any of these materials I already have on the Colossus. Oh wait, there's chromatic metal on you. That means there's something on this planet I can just mine to get chromatic metal easy. Alright, so we can go here. Cool. How does it compare to other expeditions? Yeah, so like I said, this expedition, you're kind of grounded on one planet. You don't have a spaceship. And it's based heavily around, they've reworked the Colossus to add a whole bunch of stuff to it. Make it far more interesting and far more usable than it used to be. So there's that whole side of it. It does feel like it is going to be one of these shorter expeditions, because we're just flying through this thing. There's a while there, an update made it so they had X-ray vision too. You can see in the cage. Well, that still happens from time to time, where you'll just be underground and it'll be like, "Haha, I see you." And you're like, "But how?" But yeah, so it's very different in the sense that we are grounded effectively, and you know, we do a bunch of trucking. But we're loading up like salvage and all that kind of stuff, and then recycling it and all that. Seems like it'd be a relatively decent way of getting nanites. I don't know if it's going to be an amazing way or anything like that. I don't think it's going to be meta. But it's an active way to get nanites. So if you don't want to like go on the planets and just scan or whatever, you can get your truck, load up the garbage, take it to the place, drop it off, you know, get several hundred nanites doing that, repeat the process, get another several hundred nanites. So I think it'll be like kind of middle of the pack for getting nanites. Hello? Just random checkpoint by itself. But yeah, when we're not dealing with the expedition, like I said, I could see it being a thing you would just do. Choose a relatively flat planet that's got the junk, and then just kind of cruise along the ground, loading up your trailer, moving on, scrapping it for the nanites. And especially if you can do it on like a planet that's also got like salvage or something else like that, where you can kind of dually it up. Where you just kind of move forward, loading up all the garbage, get the scrap for making your Corvette, that kind of thing. I could see that being very appealing gameplay. That you're just the galaxy's garbage collector. I do hope over time they expand on the Corvettes a lot. I low-key want to like slowly put together my ship with having a whole range of just garbage we loot. And build the Corvette kind of from scratch from there. That kind of gameplay has always appealed to me, where you have like that slow build up from whatever stuff you find. Right, I've got some really large building over there on the right. Then we've got the scrapyard, or not scrapyard, the waste yard, like right there in the middle. You need a tractor beam on the Corvette, scoop by a bunch. Well, I think the big thing is that the idea is the Colossus will be your your junk ship. I think that's a deliberate decision because that gives the Colossus purpose. So if they go and they just hand like the Corvette away, just scoop up a bunch and drop it, they've kind of immediately undone the entire purpose of the Colossus now. Because it was always a vehicle that kind of didn't really have a reason to be for the longest time. All right. Well, that's interesting. Is this the one we were already at? It is. That's why I can see it so far away. Alright, so we're only 2 minutes out from that. Now you only need a bigger submarine. Yeah, I'd love to see them do more with the underwater stuff. Okay, we've already picked that clean. Now, to give the Corvette the option for a GeoBay deployment module, so they can work together instead of competing for player attention, yeah, no, I can get behind that. Like, using the Corvette as your means of going to a system, you drop the stuff off your Corvette kind of thing. Even take it a step farther, that when you deploy the thing from the Corvette, instead of it just fading in, have it where you, like, climb into the vehicle and it just hot drops it out the bottom of the Corvette. Wonder how many people will be doing this after the expedition has been over for a week or two. I think that's going to be determined by how good it works for making nanites and all that. It seems to me like it's good without being amazing. Like it does seem relatively decent, but certainly by no means a meta strategy. And I think that's good enough that I personally, because a lot of the meta strategies for getting stuff like nanites can be very boring and tedious. And I can definitely get behind doing it this kind of way. I suppose. Alright, so we only need one more road sign checkpoint. We get this. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's so many different systems in this game that you have people like the derelict ships. There's a lot of people who just will never touch the derelict ships. It's just not something they enjoy. There are people who really enjoy the derelict ships and do them a lot. I think that's totally fair. Alright. So I figured I was going to get those. Because it's been like each time we've reached the next waypoint, they've given us the better version. So it makes sense. So much junk. The big thing is they gave us those full fossil kits. And it's a lot. Alright, so let's go back to the expedition stuff. So you want me to transport another 5 specialty things. Because, yeah, if this is reasonably rewarding, I would absolutely do this. The thing I would kind of want is I kind of want these junkyard things to respawn. Like, they don't need to respawn fast. I'm down to make it a thing where I'd have to keep, like, a good 3-4 of them in mind. But be able to set a base up around where a bunch of the dumps are and whatnot. And be able to, like, make my roads between the different areas to give myself infrastructure and all that. I don't know how well that'll work with a bunch of the engine stuff. Oh, that's a big one. Okay, that's a new... We haven't seen this package before. Looks like that's mostly... Oh, no, there's another volatile box here. So I don't know if something's changed. We were getting bigger containers on this one. Because I'm honestly getting pretty full up on just the specialty goods. Okay, so we got all the specialty goods. Now, of course... Oh, wait, there's one more. Aha, there was another one hidden inside there. Now we just top it off as much as we can, because why not? The answer is because it's all going to fall off immediately and there's going to be no moving it. I'm honestly surprised it's still staying up there. I have no illusion it's going to stay there, but you know. Yes, they're just falling off now. Alright, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It's an 11-minute journey. I also low-key would love to see some upgrade modules related to this content. So like you could give up module slots on this, and maybe it makes the like magnetic field on the trailer a bit stronger. It's a very bumpy area down here. I'm mostly curious how dangerous these things are, because they have health, and they all imply that they're not safe to get banged around. I'm curious if you're sitting next to a volatile one and you just smash it against the floor. Oh, the living ship quest is pretty cool. I'm actually kind of annoyed that it's much harder to get going. It used to be you'd just fly around and eventually you'd see an event that kind of starts it. Now you have to use, I think at least you have to use material to unlock it kind of thing. Because the living ships are neat. It was kind of one of those things that the living ship came out and that was like the coolest thing. And then the sentinel ships came out and that was the coolest thing. It definitely felt there was like an unsustainability of that, where sooner or later it'd just need to be something else. Yeah, so we're going back to the same place. So in hindsight, where I was trying to make that road earlier and I said this isn't worth the time, not that I should have made the road the way I was making it, but for some of these areas that are like particularly rough, it would have potentially paid off, because we've already emptied this area. It would have potentially paid off just slowly like building out an area we've kind of managed the terrain a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say, is you buy the egg with the Quicksilver, where it used to just be you'd fly around and you'd get the event starting it, which would eventually get you the egg and all that. I don't remember exactly how it went because I did it once forever ago. Okay. You have the egg the old-fashioned way, and the parts, but you don't have the glyphs. And you can't find a portal to save your life, so you can't fish it. Oh, there's Are you going to the highway? There is no highway, as far as I'm aware. I started making that road underground, but it didn't end up working out, so we kind of abandoned it. To the left? I didn't even realize it was there. Did something just fall off? It did. Yeah, no, I didn't even see it. At this point, we're kind of making our own path. It's actually not too bad up here on its own. Yeah, I'm actually curious about the legs. If that'll be a much smoother ride or whatever. Or like if it makes any meaningful difference or not. Oh. Got ourselves a little bumpy spot that I just launched that. I didn't put it in there. Okay. The legs are smoother until they're not. That sounds like a very No Man's Sky thing. This is the best way to do it until it isn't. You're like, oh, okay. Yep, works amazing 95% of the time. That last 5%, ooh boy. Put you on this side. Yeah, no, I've not had too much problem with that. Just once in a while I'll misjudge the train. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Got some real bumpy terrain right here. Yep, no, I see it. Yeah, no, I followed that on one or two of the other ones. It's like, oh, this Permadeath is smooth. Until you get to like the top of the hill, it just immediately slices back down, but that's still fine. You should be going to sleep, but you don't want to. I know that feeling. Okay. Then just like before, this will be smooth all the way down to where that crosses. I just gotta slow it up. Gets a little bumpy right here. Okay. Last time I went up and over. Yeah, so this part of the road got like kind of all torn up because a cave spawned in it. So I've got a building up the hill. That has an impressive cargo of over 30. Yep. If we're gonna go, we might as well be greedy. Alright, so what do I have right over here? Oh, I'm pretty sure this is not one I've already visited. Hey Don, how's it going? Lost him on the way? I don't believe I lost any on this trip. At least nothing I can think of. I definitely have had a couple of trips. Please, I would like to be looking at not exhaust. Okay, still a little ways ahead. Okay. Alright, so unless this turns right up here, we're gonna need to go all-terrain. Alright, which is fine, because all terrain is what we've been doing most of this anyways. Alright, well I think that's the most damage we've had one so far. At about 75% health. What's this truck? Basically, it is the Colossus. In this expedition, they've gotten us a whole lot of new modifications for it. So that way the Colossus kind of actually has its own identity versus just being a big truck that nobody uses. Hello, are you another volatile one by chance? You are! Come along. Anything else good in here? You all just metal junk. The rest of you is all just metal junk. Use these all the time. It's handy when you put a miner on it. The problem is, in a lot of ways, other than just having a ridiculous amount of inventory space, most of the time the little buggy, you could also put the advanced miner on it, and it was just a more nimble and flexible version of effectively the same thing. The Colossus had a few things that stood out. I think it was just more the other exocraft encroached on it. Like, the Colossus had a scanner that could do more, but then ultimately that scanner kind of got opened up to the other vehicles, and that kind of thing. So it was more just like a lot of the other vehicles that people liked more end up getting more and more goodies and all that to make them more interesting and better. And then poor Colossus just kind of sat over there, you know, trying to have a reason to exist. Yeah, the hover bike is another one that I feel could use more going on for it. It's fun to go around, but, you know, in a lot of cases, the other vehicles are more useful. At least it had a little bit, and that could be fun. Yeah, no, the water plants and all that give the hover bike some use. Alright. Now, like all responsible people, we organize our recycling. There's our explodey recycling. Get back over there. There's our toxic waste. Radioactive recycling. I didn't even catch that these were where I was getting my uranium and stuff like that. Oh. Well, apparently there was a milestone for that. I'm honestly surprised the unstable... Oh, there it is. I was say, the one I figured was probably behind is the toxic waste. But it felt like I was doing more of the unstable than radioactive, but that's easily... could just be wrong. Alright, so junk, 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 junk... Oh. Got an unstable down in there. And the rest is all crap that we don't care about. Okay. Cool. Let's flip this back down. Alright, so the first thing I need to do is check our inventory, which is not full for once. Alright. Pre-packaged trade rocket unit. I think they realize by now your inventory is losing the war and you want to get rid of it. Alright. And you need one more thing there. So we need to process toxic stuff. Your reward to me was a big old heap of uranium. Cool, I guess. And your reward is liquid explosives. Sure, thematic. Alright, so we're already getting pretty close to done. All I need is... oh, I didn't grab that thing. Mechanical legs customization. Let's do it. So I need to make replacement metal platings. Just the inventory issues. Oh, I do have room, actually. So recalibrate it. There's apparently a furnace module we can also get. Running gear. So you got classic wheels. We have the rear tread, the front tread, and then we got mechanical legs. Played this game when the first came out and you told your friend it was a scam, but you enjoyed it for like 30 hours. So you're glad they've the game's come along so much. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing when the game first came out that it got overhyped in like just straight up misleading ways. Yeah, don't know if this is actually any smoother. That was weird. Yeah, I don't think this is actually any different in how it handles. Like, I'm still noticing the same jerkiness. Looks cool, though. You're paying attention to what was coming despite their whole thing. Well, yeah, I mean, there was definitely the problem where the way stuff was being presented, because that was the thing. I wasn't watching like interviews and all that. Like, I hadn't been like watching No Man's Sky getting developed. It was kind of one of these things of, oh, this game No Man's Sky has come out. Oh, that looks cool. It's a sci-fi, like, space game. I like those. I'll go ahead and play it. I don't remember where I initially heard about it, but I basically heard about it as it was launching. So I didn't hear the interviews where it's like, oh yeah, you'll be able to play with your friends and all that kind of stuff. That, you know, where they got themselves in trouble by promising things that weren't going to happen. Alright, so I'm definitely finding... I seem to be getting stuck in terrain way more. That could be just the nature of me playing this differently now. We're kind of committed to this at this point, because I did leave my stuff behind to make the pad, and I don't feel like going and trying to just figure that out. So we'll see how the legs work. I think it's me. Oh, wait a second. Hey, how you doing? So you need a carbon nanotube and an antimatter housing. Alright. Carbon nanotube. Antimatter housing. Let's see, 15 trillion different planets and billions of different animals. When it was like 4 different planets with different sized lizard dogs. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, okay, with a procedural generation, is it not true? Yeah, if you take, like, the, what does it be, like, 80, 90, 100 different characteristics they could have, and they could scramble it up, so you could have what effectively looks the exact same, like, lizard dog thing. But just because this one happens to have a slightly different fur pattern, it is a different one. But at the same time, when you look at it, you're like, eh. Prepackaged rocket boots, significant movement speed upgrades. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. They overhyped it, and I think what ended up also happening is I think they actually wanted to hit a bunch of those marks. And like the reading between the lines after the fact is it seems to be pretty heavily implied that, you know, Sony was like, hey, we don't care what you got going on. You're delivering now. Like, you release on this day. And so it's just not fully baked either. But yeah, so for me, I ended up playing through the game, doing literally all of the achievements, everything. And granted, it was before I finished the last achievements. I was honestly caught by surprise when people were so upset, and I'm like, I don't understand, like, why, like, this game, you know, like, it's not amazing or anything, but, like, why are people, like, this upset? Because this is kind of before, it's not like nowadays where a game comes out, and no matter what happens, you'll have people who will revile it because, you know, that gets clicks. There's monetary reasons to be involved with that, especially with, you know, the type of content creator who's just all about bashing things or whatever, that kind of thing happens. It's not that that didn't exist back then, but it wasn't as widespread. And so it really surprised me how negative all the reviews were. And it's like, what is going on? Why is this all so terrible? What are you? Huh. It's just a crashed ship. Okay. But, then, you know, I went back and I saw the reviews were like, oh yeah, you're gonna be able to play with your buddies and all. I'm like, oh, I see. I understand now. I understand. Like, I didn't realize the stuff going on because I happened not to be paying attention, so I didn't see all the over-promising and all that. At least, well, it doesn't, like, forgive the issue of, you know, over-promising, under-delivering kind of nonsense. Yeah, I'm having much weirder problems with the, with the spider legs. Okay. Yeah, so I definitely think I prefer the wheels over these. And again, it could be I'm just behaving differently with them. But, I am finding I am bottoming this thing out and getting stuck in random terrain way more. Yeah, it's these. Every time I hit like the little crystals, I don't get rid of them, and I just beach on them real hard. They're really cool looking though. Just the Holly volatile container just bouncing everywhere in the back there. Because I'm not putting the effort in to try and not do that. I'm surprised it didn't get thrown. Oh, I have expedition rewards. Asymmetrical cabin customization. Alright. I do enjoy me a little bit of asymmetry. So our next goal here is just to get to the next rendezvous point. And then we're focused on the toxic. That way, as we call around, all we hear is a and everyone gets incredibly tired of it very rapidly. Okay, stay away from blue crystals. You just beach on them. We're gonna just pretend there's some type of like trap. Okay. No special trash in that. As far as you know, the glitch could be slow. You have to find so many graves. Once I learned how to do those, I never had too much of a problem. Alright, we got a volatile. Wait, do we have a volatile? I'm wrong. Never mind. Hey, Enva, how's it going? Nova, sorry. I'm assuming, broadly speaking, each one of these milestones is kind of taking the same rough route, but going farther. I'm also learning if I don't overload the back there, I can actually carry stuff some pretty aggressive. Alright, just junk. Or I used to. Yeah. I'm still surprised. As much as I'm throwing this thing around and that it's getting airborne, the fact that it's not taking damage, it's bouncing around all like that. Oh. There's specialty goods. Okay. Okay, it's all junk. Made it so when it hits the ground it gets damaged. I'm guessing, I'm actually surprised that, like I said, if I don't overfill this, it does a really good job of keeping them there. the moment I started stacking stuff, we'd hit a bump and we'd just hurl stuff out. But so you can do the mission in the anomaly that asks you to kill Floral. Each time you start the game, it's gonna be a new you get a new grave. Oh yeah, ways to like get it to spawn what you're looking for. All right. So reach the checkpoint, which just gave us cash and nanites. Thank you for not overloading my thing. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't tend to use all that, but you know, No Man's Sky. What are you? Okay. No Man's Sky is definitely one of those games you'll have, you know, personal preferences or whatever. You have some people who will just do whatever gets them the results they want the fastest. So you'll have the thing where you just like stand there, go to the shop, buy the thing, sell the thing, buy the thing, sell the thing, and like just manipulate market and all that kind of thing. Can't do it quite the same you used to be able to, but you get the idea. I've always preferred to kind of play the game the way I'd want to. A big part of that comes from playing games like Warframe. Warframe is absolutely a game where you can min-max the fun right out of that game and like just make it into a grind. But if you're just playing it and all that kind of stuff, you can have a lot of fun with that. There's definitely people... Get out of here. There's definitely people who just enjoy the min-maxing, which don't let me ruin it for you. That's one of the reasons why my favorite way of getting the nanites was to scan all the creatures on a planet. Because you could get relatively good nanites that way. Because you get several thousand per planet if it's not, you know, if it's got a decent number of creatures on it. A lot of flora as well. Yeah, you'll scan the flora while you're there, but the big thing that gets you the bonus is if you scan all the animals, you'll just get a real big chunk of stuff. And do also get them all doing the Artemis quest line? Yeah. Alright, so rest is all garbage. I'm, for the right now, gonna go with the strategy of let's just grab the special stuff for the moment. Rather than go to that one, let's see if I choose to do this. Will I get a closer one marked? No. That's fair. Okay. Got some radioactive goods. And a bit more radioactive. If you save and reload, we'll remember what's in the truck. I would probably doubt it. I haven't tested it. I made sure it's been empty each time I did a save reload, but that's the kind of thing I'd expect it to forget. Yep, all junk. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Go to the stream. And I'm kind of trying to move over these ways because the thing I'm missing is the toxic waste. And I think I've got 3 containers in here, but I need more than 3 containers. So I'm hoping that along the route back home, we'll find at least 1 more container. Well, it's not toxic waste, but it's radioactive. I'll still take it. Do you have a mining laser? I do. The wrecked ships are kind of an interesting thing. The problem is when I get on these, they're tiny and they take forever to try and mine them. I just need to avoid them. Warning, geothermal event detected. So, I think I'm stuck in the corpse. It's not my fault. Right, and that's the stuff we were checking. Okay. If you could be so kind as to give me some more toxic waste. Go down this way. Nope, it's still alive. All right. You got any good trash for me? I'm having problems seeing at night with us. I also want to get, you know, a lot of this other stuff cleaned up. So you can check this one, then there's more to the left. This is what we're here for. I need a bunch of these. The green ones. The rest of you is all junk. What did they add in the update? Other than the spider mech full of garbage? Basically, they added where you can process a whole bunch of like different things. The Colossus got a rework, so it's got a lot more interesting stuff it can do. Because the Classic was kind of underwhelming in the past. It was just extra storage for a lot of people. So when they've done a lot to make the Colossus have more of a purpose. We now can collect salvage for nanites and other stuff. That's kind of the big things I've noticed so far. This isn't like one of the major updates, like where you have like, you know, what is it, new worlds or whatever. My only complaint is while I like the aesthetic of the smokestack on the flatbed, I am finding when it's nighttime, it can be immensely hard to see with the smoke getting into your face. Alright. Can't tell. Just scrap. And that scrap's worth nanites, but there's specialty scrap, and I've got a trailer mostly full of specialty scrap. And for the stuff I need to do for the expedition, I need the green specialty scrap. Okay. Still a little trek away. And of course at nighttime I couldn't really make out where the road was. Really hard to see a lot of things at night. With this constant dark gray covering the middle third of the screen. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? And I've also learned for some weird reason, we really have difficulty getting over those blue crystals if I run into them. I just get snagged up on them real easy. Is that the one we already visited? Probably. I don't think we lost any. Did they roll out old expeditions so we can play them again? That's your first one, but you want to do past exit. Every once in a while they'll bring them out. But we haven't had all of them come back at any point. So it is one of those things that I do kind of find it's a bummer that you can't always, like, you can miss a bunch of, like, the cosmetic stuff, not as big. But, like, I more just want to experience them all again. Part of it, though, is as the game gets updated, sometimes going back to past expeditions doesn't really work. Like, the game has mechanically changed since the expedition happened, kind of thing. So what once was an interesting and compelling thing in an expedition, now you can kind of just bypass or trivialize it because, you know, feature creep. Oh, that's the road. Or not. Just the exhaust is making it all look gray. Imagine that'll be one of those things, is whatever setting controls the effects around the exhaust, people turning it down. Yeah, smoother, it's way less falling for the truck. Yeah, I think a big part of it is, keep in mind this load has not been nearly as load as that we've been doing. And I've kind of gotten to learn that, like, if we don't super heavily fill the truck, it actually does a pretty good job of holding stuff in it. It's just when you really, really start maxing it out, like really heaping it, it does bounce stuff pretty hard. And because there's nowhere for it to go, it just kind of ejects it up and out. It's definitely one I'd want to experiment with and figure out, like, you know, if you were to do this chasing nanites or whatever, like, okay, but what's the strategy? Do you go out of your way to get the specialty stuff? Do you go for, like, massively stacking it, or is it better to just put a little bit in there kind of thing and just go for it and be quicker about it since you don't have to be as careful? Like, it'll be curious to see what people figure out. I think this is the one we've already been to before. Yep. We've already been to that one before. That's fine. Yeah, no, they can bounce out of the truck. I knew the moment I started going there. Can I get out of it, though? There we go. But yeah, like, I've been overloading the truck every time, and it was every bump, it just gotta go boom. And so it's just going really slowly to not bump the vehicle. But I need a bunch of the green containers. for the expedition. Okay, you're junk. I thought there was another set, but that's fine. Because the random bits of metal, they just give you a little bit of nanites. It's not bad. I actually haven't been paying attention to what I've been getting from the other ones too much. Okay, so I can go up here and check this one. Alright. And it's all crap. Yeah, we currently have 19 things, and it's only specialty stuff. The last run we had, to give you an idea, the last run we had 32 items on board. Probably about 15 or something might have been the specialty materials. So where I'm sitting at 19 here, I'm just a bit over half as much. Okay. The real snag here is where we scan for the dump yards. We're just going to keep getting the same ones we had before. We'll have to travel. Oh. So this was clearly something I dropped before, considering it's by itself. And I'm willing to bet it was I was up on that ridge. So get rid of you, and then we got a radioactive container there. All right. And otherwise nearby this will be pretty much nothing but metal scrap. Okay. Now I gotta sort our garbage. So it looks like I'm getting mostly uranium and phosphorus. Sodium nitrate. Ammonia. So those materials, I mean, it might also be getting nanites. Let's actually check. So I'm at 5,124. Okay, so it did give me a small amount of nanites. I'm gonna be one radioactive container short. Okay. Alright, so let's quickly deal with her life support. Wifey.
I go downstairs.
Okay, well, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Remember how much I love you.
At least 2.
At least.
Let's not get carried away. Love. Alright. So I need one more toxic waste. Inventory is full. Inventory is full. We're just gonna recharge all the things. So everything there is recharged. Everything's here recharged. Okay. So the problem I have is all of my inventory stuff is just straight up full. Okay, that's still fine. Alright, so we have you. 600 quickserve. Interlopers. Yep. So the only thing I have left is one more toxic waste. Well, that's the way it came from. Let's make sure we go the other way. So interestingly enough, with this expedition, yeah, you never get a spaceship. Which does make me curious how you get back to the anomaly to, like, be like, I'm done, bring me home. It wouldn't surprise me if people found ways to escape the planet and break it, kind of thing. Can I not look? Can I look ahead at all? Can you find one on the scanner? It's also interesting, I'm not detecting any of the scrap up here. It almost seems like there's only like this one little area in play. Might have gone over here, we're just not seeing things. Yeah, you've got your ship, but it's disabled. Those Jew scrubs you've seen? Yeah, normally the planets you have your stuff on, they do tend to finagle with a lot of stuff. Alright, because we just need one more toxic container, and then we've done everything in the expedition. And you are radioactive, which is not what I need, but we'll just keep on boosting along. Okay, we got another set up here. Okay, that's all junk as well. I have a feeling I'm just circling back to one of the trash areas we've already been to. At some point I lost the radioactive thing. Oh, wait, was that a green container? Target acquired. Okay, new plan. Get ourselves the nearest processing plant. Let's get it home. And then the real question is, we've got a ton of repair kits from doing the expedition. At which point I could see if we can't detect a spaceship nearby, or if I can't make my spaceship show up here somehow to be repaired. Alright. Okay. Wave down a ship and buy it. Okay. They gave me a bunch of sac venoms. Cool, I guess. And there's the title and all that for finishing Phase 5. So yeah, it was definitely a fast That's definitely a fast expedition, considering we pretty much finished it in its entirety. Congratulations, Traveler. The expedition is now complete. Return to the Space Anomaly to view your rewards and achievement. Exclusive Expedition Phase rewards will automatically be available on all saves. Additionally, you can earn additional Quicksilver, nanites, and units for feats accomplished during that. Before finishing the expedition, use the Expedition Terminal to send valuable items back to your primary save. Plus, any surplus units and nanites and all that garbage. So, what I'm going to do first... Oh, actually, I don't even need to worry about customizing this. So... Okay. It's just fully functional. I think they might have given it to us at the end of the expedition or something. Alright. Let's see, you have to ferry back like 20 odd things of junk still. Hate how long those walks are. You definitely want to use the vehicle. The vehicle goes way faster, both in capacity and in actual movement speed, than you'll get until like way late game. You'll get more upgrades that do all that. Alright, so we could just go right here and all in one fast sitting. Expedition complete. It's like, hey, you can have those Atlas passes. Nah, it's fine. Alright. Planet scene 1. I was gonna say, imagine this isn't... Well, I mean, that's actually a relatively decent amount of nanites, considering we knocked it out in 5. We could certainly get way more for it. You know, way more nanites, doing a bunch of planet scans and all that kind of stuff. Alright, but it's honestly the customization's not that I really cared about. Alright, well that was a very, very fast expedition. I liked it. It was simple. It was to the point. They taught you the new mechanic. Let's go and save in our Corvette real fast. And we can do all of that. Alright. So, what I'll do is I'll put up a vote here on what we're doing next, and we can go from there. What we're going to say is, what are we doing now? No Man's Sky, which the No Man's Sky we would be just doing more of like the driving around, probably checking out that kind of stuff, like upgrading that kind of thing. Or the other one we'd be doing is Syntopia, which is a sort of it's a complicated game to go over because there's like 2 different components to it. There's one part of Syntopia that's like a tycoon / city builder, but there's also a part of it that's kind of your black and white god sim kind of thing. I haven't played it yet, but they got an open playtest, so I'm gonna let that poll go real fast. I need to use a restroom, so I'm gonna use the restroom, and I'll be back. And depending on what wins, we'll figure out what the rest of the stream. For No Man's Sky, this is a permadeath run we're on. We'll just go and basically work on upgrades and all that stuff. Well, pull up, go get the expedition rewards. Now I'm going to use the restroom. I'm not worried about grabbing those cosmetics and all that. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we're back, and Syntopia has won. I also quickly finished off my dinner while we're at it. Okay, so with that said, what's going to end up happening here, if you're on the YouTube side, the stream is going to come down for a minute, because we're switching games, and I can't switch categories on YouTube without it breaking things. But over here on the Twitch side, we're going to be flipping games over here real fast. We'll be checking out Syntopia. Syntopia is, like I said, it's a little complicated to explain, because like it's part God Sim